Volker, once again, the 1-2 to Chamizo, a swing and a miss! Long Beach is heading to the playoffs. For the first time in their first season, they are postseason bound. They will be competing for the McCurdy Cup. The magic number is 0, folks. The very first half victors. And I'm sure that message will be relayed very shortly to the men on the field who are probably unaware of how things just panned out.
You just heard it there. The sights and the sounds of the final out last night where the Long Beach Coast clinched their first ever playoff berth. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook welcoming you into the beach ball pregame show. What a fun night it was last night, getting to witness history. Zach Volker getting his 8th save of the season in that final out. And it was really down to the final second before we could determine officially that the Long Beach Coast were in the playoffs. We were watching it on our screen, the knockout round that was going on between the Ogden Raptors and the Glacier Range Riders. They needed to lose. The Range Riders needed to lose. They did just literally 2 pitches before Zach Volker finished off Zach Chamizo and clinched the playoff berth. This is the fastest time that a team has clinched a playoff berth. Only 43 games to get to this point, beating the Oakland Ballers last year, who took it all. I don't know if that says anything about maybe what could follow that trend, Jesse?
Well, the Ballers finished the first half last year 37-11 to end up with 73 wins, a Pioneer League record in the MLB Partner League era. So for Long Beach to get to 33 wins, clinch a playoff spot with 5 games to go in the first half, it foreshadows that the Coast could set a new regular season wins record. It also means that Long Beach could very well have the top spot in the entire standings, whether it's first half, second half, overall. They could have that locked up pretty early.
And that always helps with home field advantage. Right now, it's a bit of an interesting situation for trying to clinch the number 1 spot in the first half, which would mean that there would be home field advantage for the first playoff series for the Coast here at Blair Field. That's ideally what they want. That's the next step. But right now, the Billings Mustangs are just a game and a half behind. I just spoke with their broadcaster, Brandon Januska, fantastic guy, who we hope to see potentially in the championship series. I don't know. We'll see. Talking about a game that they have yet to decide if they want to make up. It was against Missoula, in Missoula, a rainout. So they are a game behind schedule that they're debating on if they want to perform it in the second half or not. Should they perform it, our magic number is 5, meaning 5, a combination of 5 Coast wins and or Billings Mustangs losses. Should that game just be banged and not even played, it would be 4. I think the focus right now for Percival is just to keep winning right now, and this is also a new chance for them to try different things out. We're starting to see new things in the lineup tonight. Cole Percival is on the mound making his first start with the Long Beach Coast. Jalen Edmonds appears in the starting role. We're seeing a kid making his professional debut, David Whittle. He's going to be the catcher tonight. Is that right?
That's right.
So a lot of new things to try heading into the second half, but the goal is still to win.
Absolutely, and this reminds me of something that Troy Percival told me about Zach Volker and maybe chasing a saves record, which is, it's nice if it happens, but you don't want him to be in a save situation. Focus inning by inning. Go and try to win the inning and make sure that you're up handedly by the time the game ends. That's what the Coast want to do with the standings. Yeah, it'd be nice to set all these records. Might be nice to have a playoff race down the stretch in the second half where maybe it's a little more exciting because you're playing for ultimate home field advantage. Or you could just get it out of the way now. Go win some ball games and make sure that you're in the right spot.
And for Zach Volker, he's had 8 saves. Now he leads the league, but he's still 11 away from tying the all-time Pioneer League record. A ways to go. Another pitcher who did fantastic last night was Jack Martin. In his first 4 innings, he only gave up 2 hits. I spoke with him not too long ago to talk about his 4th win of the season in his 8th start. Take a listen. I'm here with Jack Martin, the pitcher on the mound that started off last night's very exciting victory to start off the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds and to clinch a playoff. Was that your first champagne shower?
Yeah, it was actually. It was pretty cool. guys have been working really hard to get to this spot, so we definitely enjoyed it last night.
Yeah, and I saw you on the field, just a different side of yourself. Everybody just going crazy in front of the crowd. But obviously, a lot to happen in the second half. A lot of things that need to happen before we start talking about September, including the fact that you've just started the season off, 8 starts, now 4-0, getting the win last night. I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's a little bit of a trend where you either get the no decision or the win, and it's completely sequential.
Yeah.
So the Modesto loss was not on your ticket. That was a no decision, but it's been win, loss, or rather win, no decision, win, no decision. That would imply that your next start would be a no decision. But hopefully you can break that trend. But let's talk about the Modesto loss, and then you had that week off. What did you do to prepare differently in that full week off?
I just tried to get my body right, honestly. I was battling a little injury, so I was just trying to rest and get my body right. Didn't try to really do anything different, just tried to stay myself and be myself out there and do what I do. It was really just about getting my body right.
Yeah, well, your breaking ball was looking great in those first couple of innings. Your first 4 innings, I believe, yes, 2 hits allowed to the Freebirds. The 5th we'll ignore, but those first 4 innings were fantastic. This is your second time facing the Freebirds, a little bit of a different look. How did you prepare for these guys differently? What did you see differently compared to what you saw in mid-June when you went 5 1/3 and almost no-hit them through 6?
I think their lineup was definitely a little bit different. There were some different guys in there. The lefties are a little tougher matchup, I think. But I was cruising through those first 4 innings. Definitely started to get a little gassed. It was a little weird not having thrown in a while. It kind of felt like I was trying to pick up my mechanics back up again and kind of get back into a groove each inning and settle in, which I think I did a good job of through the first 4. I think I just hit a little bit of a wall in the 5th, but yeah.
But your team bailed you out.
Yeah, they did. I have an awesome lineup. If I was a pitcher on another team facing our lineup, I would be too happy. But yeah, our lineup is definitely a big plus for the starting pitchers here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the last thing I have for you is we had a discussion on the air yesterday. We were talking about Jackson Mayo, one of the batters that you faced last night, and that kind of got us into a conversation about mayonnaise because we were wondering, what is your favorite mayonnaise? Jesse didn't really give me much of a definitive answer. I know you're from New Jersey. There are a lot of great sandwich spots out there. What is Jack Martin's favorite mayonnaise?
Chipotle mayo. Chipotle mayo is the best mayo.
Any like brand specifically?
Not really. Usually any brand is good.
Well, any brand that's not Jackson Mayo, we hope that his bat stays silent for the rest of this series. But thank you so much, Jack, and congrats on the win.
No problem. Thank you.
Great chatting with Jack Martin, and it was such a fun time last night. We got to experience the champagne showers. For a lot of these players, it was their first experience in a champagne shower. Me, it was, I think, my 3rd or 4th. I know I'm bragging a little bit because I've been in Indy Ball. I've been in the Frontier League. We both have. My team actually clinched against your team in 2024. I have to remind you, the Gateway Grizzlies over the Florence Shells. We didn't make it very far in the playoffs anyways. But one of the key contributors is not just the people on the field, but the people off the field. This front office staff has created such a fantastic experience here at Blair Field. Jesse, what can you say about this front office and what they put together in these first 7 weeks of the season?
Well, it's such a fast turnaround. I've never seen a group of people so efficient on such an impending deadline to the inaugural season. You want to make a good impression on the Long Beach community with a coach team that really cares both how they treat the fans at the ballpark and around town. And the way they got all the branding up, covering all of the Long Beach State stuff. By the way, we're incredibly grateful for CSULB's help in creating this team, especially on the turnaround this season. But all the branding around the ballpark, the food, even moving locker rooms, getting everything set up. it was something that takes a real village, and this team was operating less like a village and more like the tightest knit community you've ever been a part of.
And one of the key contributors in that front office is Claire Duvendek, who I spoke to not too long ago, talking about what it means to get to this point, finally clinching the playoffs. Here's that interview now.
I'm here with Claire Duvendek, a front office executive for the Long Beach Coast, and you've been with the organization for how long now?
Almost a year.
Almost a year. So this kind of started having rumblings in around September of last year when 3 teams went away in this league, and they were talking about introducing a few new teams in California, this being the southernmost. It's been a long journey, I'm sure, for you in terms of where you started and where we are now, having entered the playoffs. Looking back at it, what were the hard parts, and what are the parts that you're glad that you made it through to reach what we witnessed last night?
First off, last night was incredible to clinch the playoffs, be a brand new team in this league, be able to be the first team in the league this year to clinch. I mean, that makes all the things that led up to yesterday so worth it, and being able to celebrate that here at home was also just the icing on the cake. But you know, to your question, there were so many things that we just didn't know, but you're trying to make decisions quickly, learn a new league, learn, you know, how we can build something that fans are going to want to come out and experience. And so, you know, it's crazy to say that we started really working on this even less than a year ago, and we're already here looking into going to the playoffs. But it's been a long journey, but so worth it.
Yeah, and to have this out of the way so early, now we can start talking about getting through the second half, trying new things. Speaking of trying new things, Troy Percival, he is not new to this league, but he might have been new to you. What was your first impression with the manager of the Coast?
Yeah, well, I mean, I grew up in Los Angeles during the Angels' heyday, so certainly not new to his name, but new to meeting him in person. What a great guy. I love that he's old school. He brings that traditional baseball charm to the game. I like his leadership style, and he's just a stand-up guy and clearly an incredible manager to get this team where we're at so quickly in the year.
Yeah, and you're no stranger to Major League Baseball yourself. You worked in the Dodgers organization. You're bringing some of that experience here to Blair Field. What can you say is maybe better about working in this league compared to the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Yeah, that's right. You know, I think there's so many wonderful things about Major League Baseball, but the beautiful thing about minor league baseball, and especially independent baseball, is the community aspect and the intimacy of the game, and the way that we can really bring the fans up close and personal to the players, to the atmosphere, and really tailor make our experience to this community, from theme nights that are very localized to working with local partners like our concessionaire and our merch partner, and just being able to really make this stadium and this environment a little ecosystem of Long Beach is just a really different way to go about building a baseball experience.
Yeah, by the way, Cambodian Heritage Night is tomorrow night. Come out for that. I think we have a food vendor coming out. Is that right?
That's right. We have a couple local food vendors that we've been partnering and with the local Cambodian community that is, you know, building excitement and bringing out a bunch of folks that are going to come and turn this stadium into a different environment tomorrow night. And we're planning to do that with a handful of other cultural groups in Long Beach as well this year. We have our Filipino night later this season. We have our Polynesian night coming up, and several others. And you know, it's just so great that the community has jumped on board with wanting to celebrate all the different nuances that makes Long Beach so great, and it's fun to bring that to life at the ballpark.
Yeah. And this is going to be your first experience in the Pioneer League playoffs, mine as well. What are you looking forward to most come September? We're calling it Coast-tember, by the way.
Oh, I love that. Okay, we're going to use that on the marketing collateral. Coast-tember. You know, this place lights up when there's something on the line. And I think, you know, Long Beach is such a baseball town, and Long Beach loves to have something to cheer for. And now that we have a playoff, I mean, we were always going to be a playoff team, right? But now it's official. I'm just excited for the energy and the way that this is going to light up not just Blair Field, but this entire town, I hope, is just roaring with the excitement and the energy, and that's going to be really fun to be a part of in September. Coast-tember.
Coast-tember. You're not going to want to miss it. We still have plenty of home games. Be sure to get your tickets at longbeachcoast.com. Thank you so much for all you do, Claire. And do you have anything final to say to the fans?
Come to a Coast game. We'd love to have you out here, and if you haven't been yet, there's no better time than right now. Come see this awesome team and have a great time at the ballpark. We'll see you soon.
You heard it here. Thank you so much, Claire.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Blair Field, game 2 of 3 between the Long Beach Coast, newly in the playoff picture for the 2026 Pioneer League season, and the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, Joey Miller, Jesse Cook. And what a fun night it was last night, but it's time to get back to work. It's a new day, a new picture, and a lot of new things in this lineup tonight, Jesse.
Absolutely. Jalen Edmonds jumping into the lineup in center field. Tyler Young at short. Two players who we really have not seen lately. Edmonds has appeared as a pinch runner on a wealth of opportunities, but rarely have we seen him at the plate. The Fremont native last appeared on June 30th against Oakland, so that's just over a week ago now. Tyler Young, on the other hand, he appeared over the weekend for a game, but we have not seen him play a whole heck of a lot yet. But here on First Responders Night at the ballpark, the Coast responded before anyone else in the Pioneer League, like we just talked about, to earn their way into the playoffs last night. And here's the best 2 words in baseball. That is the most electric play ball I have heard this season. On First Responders Night, I believe a member of the Long Beach Fire Department giving the magic words there. Well, welcome into Blair Field. In case you missed our beach ball pregame report, the Long Beach Coast clinched a playoff spot last night for the first time in franchise history in this, their inaugural season, and they did it faster than any other team in Pioneer League, MLB Partner League era history, doing so in just 43 games. With a record of 33-10, the Coast now still have to play for first place in the first half standings, leading the Billings Mustangs by a game and a half. 5 more games on the docket for Long Beach. Starting off with the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds here today. Last night, a 7-6 win with Jack Martin earning his team best 4th victory of the season. Now, a different vibe. Instead of a true starter like Martin, who has been the opener in every appearance of the season for him, it's a reliever heading out onto the bump with a familiar last name. Cole Percival, son of manager Troy Percival, has appeared 3 times this season for the Coast, all of them out of the pen. And today he's hopping out there before anyone else on the bump. Cole Percival dealing against Dan Galliff, a right-hander making his 3rd professional appearance. Percival, on the other hand, has journeyed around minor league baseball in the systems for the Dodgers, Angels, Yankees, Twins, and Diamondbacks. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. We're just a few moments away from first pitch, and let's introduce the umpiring crew. Behind the dish is Heath Jones, Jason Shepard at first, Jordan Shepard at first, and the crew chief Dale Gardner off at third. The Coast run onto the field, and Joey, let's talk about this Long Beach defense.
Yeah, right now things are rolling. We saw just last week in the last homestand the 5 double plays in a single game. That was thanks to the everyday duo up the middle, but it's going to be a different duo up the middle this time. Tyler Young at short, Patrick Roche at second. Eddie Pelk, Jalen Edmonds, and Matthew Bardowell around the horn in the outfield. Jalen Edmonds giving Corona a night off. Dylan Lena is back at third. Had 3 errors last night, a lot to redeem, but he did get the go-ahead 2-run RBI single last night. Cooper Vest on the other side of the infield. A new guy behind the dish today, David Whittle making his professional debut, and Cole Percival, like you mentioned, making his first start with the Long Beach Coast.
And as for the visiting crew, Yuba-Sutter's lineup is as follows. Isaac Nunez leading off and playing second base. It's his second game of the season. Yesterday, jumped on the base path early, going 2 for 5, recording hits in both of his first 2 at-bats. After him, it's Jackson Mayo in center field. Zach Chamizo is the DH. Yesterday, he only put the ball in play for a hit once, but oh boy, did it make a bash to right field. One of 3 consecutive home runs for Yuba-Sutter in that 5th inning. Back to back to back. Unreal. Christian Castaneda is in the 4 spot, making his first appearance this series. He's the first baseman. Andrew Kirchner had the last of those 3 straight homers. He's in right. Kyle Carlson is at third base, batting 6th. And the bottom of the order is exactly as it was yesterday. Diego Aragon behind the plate. Devin Dixon at short. Remember, defensively, he was very hot and cold. He made an error that allowed Long Beach to score, but that came after a diving Superman catch up the middle to rob Patrick Roche of a knock. And then batting in the 9th spot is the left fielder, Cam Uran. Cole Percival, a right-hander, dealing to Isaac Nunez, a fellow righty. Percival walks in with a 1350 earned run average, only allowing earned runs during his last appearance. He kicks high and fires a first pitch fastball that misses high and inside as we get going at 6:36 p.m. Pacific time. Long Beach wearing its home cream-colored jerseys. Percival takes a heavy breath, rears back and fires. There's the fastball at 90 miles per hour for a strike on the outer half. Long Beach scrawled in teal across the chest with teal piping down the buttons and a similarly colored hat. Percival matching with the baby blue cleats as well. He rocks in on the corner of the shadows, peeking over the backstop. Here he goes. He bounces his curve. It's a 2-1 count. Nunez suiting up for Yuba-Sutter in their teal jerseys. Blue shirt, blue pants, orange, brown, gold, and white streaks up the sides of the pant legs and wrapping around the right arm on the jersey. Blue batting gloves for him as well. The 2-1. He cuts and bounces that one into left field on the ground. Nunez is aboard with a leadoff single just like last night.
The very same spot that he hit it to last night, right between Lena and the shortstop. Nunez, just a fantastic way to get aboard early. He was a leadoff guy for the Jackalopes last year as well.
Well, the former Jackalope sets up Jackson Mayo, who yesterday went 0 for 3. He reached on a walk on his first trip to the plate, but struck out in the 6th inning after that. Righty pitching to a lefty. Percival nods over at first. Turns home. Swung on and popped over the back netting. 0-1 count from Mayo here.
I should actually amend that. He was typically first or second. Zeb Rose, the other big leadoff guy for the Jackalopes last year, but top of the lineup nonetheless.
Rose, who has something in common with Coast left fielder Eddie Pelk, we'll touch on in just a moment. Percival settles in. Here he goes. Misses up high on the curveball. Rose enjoyed a lengthy on-base streak, as I recall.
Yes. It got to just above 50, but then when you were on the broadcast, of course, it had to come to an end.
With the Jackalopes visiting the Rocky Mountain Vibes last year. Percival from the stretch, swinging a high pop fly, right field, foul ground. Matthew Bardwell tracking over towards the batting cages, and that lands just over Troy Tulowitzki's eyes, with his image plastered on the front of the Troy Tulowitzki batting cage.
Actually, Zeb Rose doesn't only just have ties to one of the starting 18 players of the initial 2 lineups. He's got a connection with the starter for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds,
Dan Galliff. Well, I mentioned Eddie Pelk because Pelk is off to a 43-game on-base streak to open up the season. Percival settles in again, sighs and fires the 1-2 outside and low for a 2-2 count. And the Zeb Rose connection to Dan Galliff?
Well, they were both teammates in spring training with the Quebec Capitals in the Frontier League.
The reigning 4-time champions of that league.
Who will stop them?
Ale, Quebec. 2-2, runner goes for second. This one swung on and bounced out to short, spiraling away from the shortstop, Young, who throws it offline to first off his back foot. Infield hit on the screwball there for Mayo. Young went chasing over towards second to cover for the steal,
with a lefty batter at the plate, it's normally the shortstop's duty, as he would pull it towards the second baseman's side, that is. And Roche was caught in transition there. So Yuba-Sutter leads off by putting its first 2 batters on base. That brings up Zach Chamizo, also digging in on the southpaw side. Percival sets, stares at second. Kicks high and deals. Chamizo squares to bunt, but misses for strike 1. 80 degrees here in Long Beach as this game gets going underneath blue skies. Like most days here in the LBC, it's hard to find a cloud out there. Catcher David Whittle calls a momentary timeout to talk with manager Troy Percival, and he has his mitt off and looks like he's trading one out. So trying a new catcher's mitt. Seth, the bullpen catcher, making that exchange with him. Whittle settles back in behind the plate, and this is his first professional appearance in a game. Played 4 college seasons, rounding out with 2 at UC Riverside, starting at San Diego State. He wrapped it up this year. Righty pitches to lefty. Off balance swing and a miss for Chamizo. Buckled with the fastball. Medium and away. Lots of uniformed individuals packing the seats here at Blair Field tonight for First Responders Night. I see police officers, firefighters, EMTs. 2-2. He swings and laces that one foul over the backstop. So if there are any injuries in this game, well, I would guess that athletic trainers Corinne Halley and Steve Tubner will be well supported by any volunteers in the crowd. Percival's 0-2 again, misses high and outside. In fact, Joey, just because they're here, I think I'll try to have a medical emergency, just so they have something to do.
You're going to die for a foul ball out the window?
Yeah, there's nobody in the seats directly in front of us, so it would be relatively little harm to others.
We don't encourage getting injured at a Long Beach Coast game.
1-2 from the stretch. Curveball floats upstairs. 2-2 count. This is all, of course, for comedic effect. But if I stub my toe, I better do it today. If I incur a minor injury tomorrow at the game, I'm going to be so mad at myself. I could have saved a lot of time and trouble by doing it today. 2-2. High and outside on the heater.
Cole Percival is something of a firefighter himself, typically coming from the bullpen. But now he's going to have to start the charge like an EMT in an ambulance.
Well, here he goes. Shocker to the chest. He fires, and that's foul to the left side and out of play. Zachary Chamizo acting like a blood clot here. Percival can't get anything through. Nunez on second, Mayo on first. Nobody out. Top of the first inning, no score between the Coast and the Freebirds. Percival takes a heavy breath, looks at second. Nunez dancing off the bag, and Percival steps off to look him back. Percival again. Swinging a dribbler in front of the plate. Percival on top of it. He stumbles with the ball and throws late to first. That was a very slow rolling baseball, and we're looking at the official score for the signal here. And that is an error on the pitcher. So the bases are loaded for Yuba-Sutter as Percival struggles with that baseball hopping off the mound. Christian Castaneda. Eyes as big as beach balls at the plate here with nobody out and a chance to give his team the lead.
Yeah, that was tough because it would have been a quick pickup and a throw to first, but when you stumble that much with the ball in front of the mound, I understand why the official score had to give it that one.
Percival resettles now. Setting up to pitch to Castaneda, who's batting .325 on the season with 5 home runs. 33 RBIs. That's good enough for second best on the Freebirds roster behind Zach Chamizo with 43. Percival fires, and that's painted to the back netting foul.
It was this scenario that the Coast got their first big lead on a bases loaded situation with nobody out last night. Now they have it the other way.
That was in the second inning, and Anthony Mata was hit with the pitch to bring home a run. The next pitch from Percival misses downstairs and away for a 1-1 count. Percival definitely dialing it up on the radar gun. That was all the way up at 93 miles per hour. Now completely covered by the shadows. Here he goes again. Bounced out towards second. Roche has it. Flips to the Keystone for one. Young's throw to first is in time for the double play. Nunez scores from third. Mayo heads over to the hot corner, and it's 1-0 Freebirds, but paying the cost of 2 outs on the double play. Andrew Kirchner digging in on the left side now. Damage control out there from the middle infielders. When you load the bases with nobody out, you generally expect that there could be a lot of runs crossing the plate, but Roche helping limit that. First pitch to the lefty. Misses downstairs on the breaking ball. 1-0 count. Percival takes a heavy breath. Tan glove at the belt. Rears back. Misses high and inside. 2-0 count for Kirchner. We mentioned his home run yesterday.
Yeah, he's been an absolute demon to the Freebirds in the past 3 games that he's played. He's had 4 home runs.
Batting .355 in that time. Out of the stretch again. Fastball for a strike at the knees. 2-1 count here for Kirchner. 1-0 Freebirds, 2 away, top of the first inning. Jackson Mayo, the runner on third. Cole Percival pitching to the lefty, Andrew Kirchner. The right-hander on the rubber, wheels home. Swing and a miss. Curveball. Churning up dirt downstairs. Percival whips the 2-2 up high. Full count. Looking ahead to the bottom half of this inning, the Long Beach order begins as it has every game. Eddie Pelk in left field. Patrick Roche behind him, and then Cooper Vest batting in the 3 spot. Full count, runner on third, 2 away, top of the first, 1-0 Freebirds. The pitch pays off for strike 3. Percival freezes Kirchner on the 90-mile-per-hour fastball, low and away. We move on to the bottom of the first inning, 1-0 visitors here with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Rolling back to it at Blair Field, and the Coast are down, heading to the bats for the first time. 1-0, the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds lead. Christian Castaneda bounced out into a double play that brought Isaac Nunez home from third with the bases loaded. Eddie Pelk leads off for Long Beach opposite the right-hander Dan Galliff, making his third professional appearance. Pelk followed by Patrick Roche and Cooper Vest. First pitch from righty to lefty, called for a strike on the slider, down at the knees. 0-1 count. Galliff blending his ivory white cleats with the pitching rubber, sidearms home, and Pelk fouls that one to the top of the backstop underneath the netting. 0-2 count. Eddie Pelk riding in with a 43-game on-base streak. That's how many games the Coast have played in their history as well. And the Pelk man from Huntington Beach has been at the top of the order for every single contest. 0-2. Sweeper in the dirt. 1-2 count. Galliff, the all-time wins leader at his college, Franklin and Marshall College, in Pennsylvania, with 22 across his 4-year career. Bends the 1-2 high and outside to make it a 2-2 count. Hasn't allowed a run yet in either of his appearances this season. One against the Coast, a 2/3 of an inning affair. 2-2, misses high and outside there on the fastball, rather sinker at 88 miles per hour for a full count. Galliff making his first professional start as he entered out of the arm barn, both of his last couple outings. 3-2, a swing and a rope to right center field, tracking over Kirchner. That lands in front of him, and that rolls behind him to the wall. Pelk takes a big turn around second. They're still searching for it in center. Now the relay. Pelk headed to third, where he finds the stop sign, and he leads off the home half with a triple. Leading the Pioneer League with 63 walks, on pace to set the record. We've already established that the walking man walks, but Joey, what does the Pelk man do?
Deliver, and this time showing off the wheels in the process. You know, we're still at that part of the game where the sun can play a factor, but Kirchner just got a bad read on that. He had a chance to keep that in front of him, but it just rolled to the wall, and if you give Pelk an inch, he'll take a mile.
And he's done that twice this season. That's his second three-bagger. Righty-righty affair. First pitch to Patrick Roche, bends high and inside for ball one. Now, we've been checking in with the first member of the Long Beach Coast to be picked up by a major league team, Julian Hernandez, a former teammate of Dan Galliff. Next pitch, Roche watches the bender there for a strike, 1-1 count. 2023 summer ball in the New England Collegiate Baseball League. Galliff and Hernandez were both members of the North Adams Steeplecats. Galliff perches with the black glove at his belt, dips down low, and misses inside on the sinker. 2-1 count to Roche. Pelk the runner on third. 1-0 Yuba-Sutter. Bottom of the first inning, nobody out. Julian Hernandez in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, pitching for the single-A Visalia Rawhide, has made 3 appearances. Low leg kick, swing, and a line shot past the diving shortstop Dixon into left field, and this game is tied. Pelk trots home from third. Patrick Roche is aboard. 1-1, nobody out. Bottom of the first inning. Yuba-Sutter's lead last night was very short-lived. Took a 4-2 advantage in the top of the 5th inning, which was then promptly surrendered in the bottom of that frame.
And how important is it for the confidence of Percival in his start to just immediately erase that one run that he gave up in the top of the first?
First pitch to the lefty, Cooper Vest. He watches the slider, dance high and outside for a 1-0 count. Confidence isn't really a factor when you've already clinched a playoff spot. At least that's what you would think, but when you're trying to clinch first place, that also plays a large role. 1-0. Vest watches the breaking ball for a strike on the outer half.
Well, I think for Percival specifically, he knows that he is a talent that belongs in minor league baseball, and he's not wrong. So he wants to improve himself from all sides.
1-1, the sinker misses medium and outside, but catcher Diego Aragon initiates the game's first ABS strike zone challenge. And Yuba-Sutter is 0 for 1, confirmed for a ball by public address announcer August McAdoo. Runner on first, nobody out, bottom one, tied up 1-1. Righty pitching to a lefty. 2-1 count. Galliff deals. Vest checks his swing and holds up in time. Catcher Diego Aragon wants a signal from the crew chief, Dale Gardner, standing out at second base, and he confirms that Vest, in fact, held his bat in check. 3-1 count here. Galliff searching for his first out. Next pitch. Sinker for a strike. High and outside. Full count now for the BYU product.
That sinker has some lovely arm side run, which works well on these lefties. Pitch it middle, pitch it out, it'll leave the box.
Runner goes for second. Vest swings and misses, but Diego Aragon has trouble getting the ball out of his mitt. So in the strikeout, there is no throw him out. Patrick Roche tagging second base there. Good work by Roche to inch his way up for his second swipe of the season. And he sets up Matthew Bardowell. Digs in on the right side, and we've seen 9 Bardo blasts this season. The right-hander deals, and Bardowell watches a slider for a strike, low and outside. The right fielder for the Coast, slugging 9 home runs, contributing to his 47 RBIs. Next pitch, watches the sweeper for a strike at the belt, 0-2 count. And reflecting back on Julian Hernandez, started out his minor league career in the affiliate system against the Ontario Tower Buzzers, the 2-inning outing where he allowed 0 base runners and struck out 5. 0-2, Bardowell watches the bender, missing the lefty box. It's a 1-2 count. But the product of the University of Oregon ended up allowing runs in each of his next 2 outings against Inland Empire and San Jose, but only 1 run in those appearances. 1-2, Bardowell swings and fends that one to the backstop. 1-2 count. So through your first 3 tries in affiliate baseball, a .415 earned run average is not too shabby for Julian Hernandez.
He texted me last night congratulating everybody for the playoff clincher.
Absolutely. 1-2. Misses low and away and heads to the backstop. Aragon loses his glove. Roche jogs into third on the wild pitch. One away. Runner on third. Tied up 1-1 in the bottom of the first inning. Righty pitching to righty in a 2-2 count for Matthew Bardowell. Bardowell 7 for his last 18. All against Yuba-Sutter. The 2-2. Checks his swing. Doesn't matter. He's rung up for strike 3 anyway. But he initiates a challenge. This is the first time the Coast have sent a signal up to the booth, and Bardowell is sent back to the plate as that pitch misses. So Long Beach 1 for 1 on appeals. It's a full count now for the Fontana, California native. Yuba-Sutter brings its infield in. Carlson at third, Dixon at short, Nunez the second baseman, and Castaneda at first. The payoff. Sways outside and low for ball 4. Not only does the challenge work, it pays off to a free pass to first. Men on the corners for Long Beach, 1 away, bottom of the opening frame, tied up at 1-1. Cuba Bess gets a turn here. The Long Beach lefty slugger yesterday reached base once on an RBI knock in that big 4-run 5th inning. That ultimately gave Long Beach the lead that would carry it to victory last night. The right-hander fires, and the sinker misses up high. 1-0 count. Bess, 5 for his last 18, all against these Freebirds since Friday night. Next pitch. Called a strike inside and high, but Bess immediately sends another appeal up to the press box, and he's right on this one as well. checking the TrackMan system, the automatic strike zone. Cuba Bess nails that one, and he's been pretty good at challenges, operating as a catcher in addition to DH this season. 2-0. He cuts and fires that one foul to the right side, but oh boy, he put a lot of charge under that baseball. That's landing on Park Drive. 100 miles per hour off the bat.
Same spot, too. He kind of drew in his hands there to throw it the other way.
Galliff resetting now. Here he goes. Same spot again, but this one misses closer to Bess, who leans out of the way. 3-1 count here. Waiting on deck is Dylan Lena, who fired the most powerful punch for the Coast yesterday, a 2-run single in that 5th inning. Men on the corners, 1 out, 3-1 pitch. No need to take the bat off the shoulder. Cuba Bess is aboard, and that's back-to-back walks issued by the Pioneer League rookie. Dylan Lena earning some loud cheers from the Long Beach faithful who enjoyed watching him these last 2 college seasons at this very ballpark for Cal State Long Beach. And before he was a member of the Dirtbags, as they call themselves, spent the first part of his collegiate career playing JUCO in 2023 and 2024 at Golden West College, about a half hour down the road in Huntington Beach. Also was a member of the U15 U.S. national team in 2019. Next pitch, he swings and pops this one up behind second base. Tracking in from right field, Andrew Kirchner waits underneath, makes the catch, tagging from third, and holding up is Patrick Roche. Relay to the infield, they toss back to the bag, and he's just under the tag, swimming out of the way. Roche with a new shade of brown across the front part of his jersey after diving in head first. Elicits a strong reaction from Yuba-Sutter manager Frank Gonzalez, who immediately jumped out of the dugout to talk with third base umpire and crew chief Dale Gardner.
He's not one to get very vocal. Frank Gonzalez is kind of just one who will walk up to an umpire and explain himself in a kind of passive-aggressive manner, but he never likes to get himself ejected. He never puts on a show.
And third base coach Troy Gloss for the Coast immediately put his hands out at Roche after that play, asking him what happened there, and Gloss has provided a very steady hand for a lot of the batting mechanics for this team, but now he sends off some advice from the hot corner. Bases loaded, 2 out for David Whittle. The first pitch to the right-handed catcher falls for a strike in his first professional plate appearance. Whittle, who started his collegiate career in 2023 and 2024 at San Diego State, wound up the last 2 seasons at UC Riverside. Next pitch, he swings and misses behind the sweeper. 0-2 count. 1-1. Long Beach and Yuba-Sutter tied up with the Coast at the plate with the go-ahead run in this bottom of the first inning, 90 feet from home, and creeping closer. Roche still a conservative lead off of third. 0-2. Slider misses outside and low. 1-2 count in a battle of the rookies. Galliff, who most recently coached at University of Richmond, finished up his college career in 2025. His 1-2, helmet high for ball 2. With a light breeze swaying those California Magnolias lightly towards right field, Coast move the Ducks up on the pond. 2-away, bottom of the first. Next pitch, he swings and cracks it deep to left field. Heading back, Uran, feeling for the fence. He looks up, and so long! Welcome to professional baseball, David Whittle. A grand slam in his first plate appearance, and the Coast lead 5-1. 2 outs, 2 strikes in the inning, and too many people watching that ball.
What a magical moment for that guy. Just before yesterday's game, 3 hours before the game, he gets the call to drive out here and join the roster. And on his 5th pitch, He sends one out and makes an immediate impression with this team.
After that star-studded at bat, here's Tyler Young batting on the right side. He watches the slider miss high and away for ball one. Well, it's not exactly Daniel Nava punching the first pitch he sees in the majors for a grand slam, but that's the first time he puts the ball in play. Next pitch to Young, called a strike high and inside. Not too shabby for the Moreno Valley native. 22 years old, fresh out of college, David Whittle has a grand slam. 1-1. That misses high and outside. 2-1 count. What a whirlwind for him. 36 hours. Signed by a pro team. Celebrates a playoff clinching win.
Yeah.
Now a grand slam. Young flies this next pitch into right center field. Kirchner waiting underneath. And the right fielder has it. The Coast tack on a 5 spot after allowing Yuba-Sutter to take the lead in the top half of the first. David Whittle launches a grand slam for his first professional hit and home run. We move on to the top of the second inning with the Cook Quiz coming up with Coast Baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Back at it in Long Beach for the top of the second inning. 5-1 the Coast lead thanks to the newcomer behind the plate, David Whittle. Homers on the first ball he puts in play for a grand slam. Now he's on defense. Cole Percival pitching to Kyle Carlson. Righty-righty affair. First pitch. Fastball for a strike on the outer half. 91 miles per hour there. Whittle providing the final 4 runs of that inning after a Patrick Roche RBI single. Eddie Pelk led off that frame with a triple. High leg kick. Carlson watches as the curveball dances above his head for a 1-1 count. We are playing the Cook Quiz here in the second inning, and we're reflecting on some recent Major League Baseball news. Justin Verlander announced his retirement. Percival's 1-1. Carlson watches the curveball for a strike, low and away. Now, Verlander, during his career, won the pitching Triple Crown. So we're wondering, of all the pitchers to win the Triple Crown, who finished the season with the lowest ERA, who finished with the highest number of strikeouts, and who had the most wins. Next pitch fouled over the back netting. And to make things a little easier on you, Joey, we're only going in the modern era. So I will tell you that old Hoss Radbourn in 1884 accomplished 2 of those feats with 441 strikeouts and 60 wins. We're not going back that far.
Well, I knew that. That was actually going to be my first guess.
Not Cy Young.
No.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Percival bookending the first inning with a strikeout and starting off the second the same way. That brings up Diego Aragon. Base is empty. 1 away, top of the second inning. 5-1 Long Beach. Aragon trying to rebound from an 0-for-4 performance yesterday. Righty pitching to a lefty. And I will tell you that there is a different pitcher for each answer. So I'll give you credit if you get any of them. Percival comes set, glove at the belt. He kicks up high. Fastball downstairs for ball 1 to Aragon. And the pitching Triple Crown is shockingly common compared to the batting Triple Crown. Percival settles in. Here he goes. Curveball for a strike, high and away. Kicks low, swing and a miss. 1-2 count. The batting Triple Crown endured a hiatus of 45 years between Carl Yastrzemski and Miguel Cabrera. 1967 for Yastrzemski, 2012 for Miguel Cabrera. The pitching Triple Crown has happened 5 times within the last 15 years, so that's more common. Next pitch, helmet high, and that evens the count at 2-2. And with the batting Triple Crown, almost everyone you see who recorded it is bound for the Baseball Hall of Fame. There are some pitchers who had one dominant season, and that was pretty much it for him. But I will tell you, the answers are all Hall of Famers. 2-2. Called strike 3, low and away to Aragon. Percival freezes him with the fastball, and that's 3 straight batters retired by way of the K. 2 of them backwards letters. Here comes Devin Dixon to respond. Yesterday, also 0 for 4, like Aragon, although he did reach on an error in the 8th inning. Righty-righty affair, bases empty, 2 out, top of the 2nd inning. Percival glove at the belt. Shrugs and deals. Swing and a miss. Maybe foul tip the curve. So, Joey, I'm wondering what names are kicking around your head early on for the pitching Triple Crown, because the answers are all legendary pitchers.
I have 2 in mind.
0-1. Swung on, bounced down the first base line and fair, rolling into the corner. Matthew Bardwell chasing it down and right. Heading into second base, Dixon, and he chops his feet to hold up there. A 2-out double for the Freebirds sets up the 9-hitter Cam Uran. Devin Dixon painting the chalk the opposite way. Still 5-1 Coast in the top of the 2nd inning.
I would say the 2 that I'm thinking of have a close connection to Los Angeles, the county of which we are in. Immediately, Kershaw comes to mind. Max Scherzer, you mentioned, guaranteed for the Hall of Fame.
Percival kicks up high. Uran watches. That's a strike at the knees. Scherzer did briefly spend a stint with the Dodgers. Did he win a World Series with L.A.? Was he on one of those rosters? Of course,
no, he was not.
Lost this past year as a member of the Blue Jays to the Dodgers. Percival steps off the mound.
Yeah, that's right. He came in 2021, right after the controversial 2020 World Series, you know, the COVID year, half a season.
And Scherzer won the World Series in 2023 after leaving the Dodgers. Next pitch misses low and inside. It's a 1-1 count. He did so for the Rangers, having been traded midseason from the Mets. And what a wonderful go they've been having of late.
Also in 2019, just before he went to the Dodgers.
In case you couldn't tell, I was being sarcastic about the Mets, too.
Oh, yeah.
They have struggled with a capital S this season. 1-1 pitch. He swings and misses low and away. 1-2 count. Of course, Angels fans just this past weekend endured a sweep at the hands of the Boston Red Sox. So lots of struggling going on in Major League Baseball, but none of it happening up by Chavez Ravine. Dodgers first place in the NL West. 1-2. Check swing at a curveball ankle high. It's a 2-2 count. Runner on second, 2 away in the top of the 2nd inning with a 2-2 count. How about that? 5-1 Coast, your score. You ran at the plate on the left side. Percival, the righty, whirls home. That one pasted foul to the left side. Count remains 2-2. Shadows now covering the infield with a couple sunspots through the rafters here at Blair Field, showing on either side of the mound. Percival digs in. Uran at the back of the lefty box. The right-hander turns home and misses up high on the fastball at 91 miles per hour. David Whittle standing up to make that catch, and I'm shocked. If that were me, my hands would be shaking with excitement after hitting a grand slam on my first ball in play in professional baseball.
Well, my thought would be, I hope somebody's back there trying to collect it, because that's not only his first home run, but that's his first hit as well.
Absolutely. There is a small amount of space between the left field wall and a backdrop showing off Long Beach State's College World Series appearances. So somewhere in that alley, I would assume there's a baseball with Whittle's name on it. 3-2. Swinging a pop fly behind third, foul ground. Dylan Lena chasing towards the warning track. He's underneath, and that splashes into his bright red glove for out number 3. Yuba-Sutter threatens with the 2-out double from Devin Dixon, but that's as far as they get. Jalen Edmonds leads off for Long Beach, followed by him. It's the top of the order when we return. 5-1 Coast on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the second inning on the way at Blair Field, 5-1 Coast. Jalen Edmonds leading off. The 9-hitter for Long Beach, righty-righty affair. Dan Gallif's first pitch, a sidearm slider for a strike at the knees. 0-1 count for Edmonds, the only LBC batter who has yet to appear in this game, sending 8 men to the plate in the first inning. Now the 0-1, he swings and pops a corkscrew into foul ground by first base. Christian Castaneda waiting underneath, and he gloves it for the out. Quick start, 2 pitches and an out. In the bottom of the second inning, here's the top of the order, Eddie Pelk. And he punched a 3-bagger to lead off the home half of the game, foreshadowing that bombastic bottom of the first inning, including the David Whittle grand slam, the first time putting a ball in play in his professional career, and it brings home 4 runs. Pelk, on the other hand, has extended his on-base streak to all 44 games the Coast have played. First pitch, the lefty spirals that one foul to the left side. 0-1 count. We're still playing the Cook Quiz, and we're wondering, since Justin Verlander announced his retirement at the end of this season, and he won a pitching Triple Crown, of the Triple Crown winners who recorded the lowest ERA, most strikeouts, and most wins. Next pitch, this is low and outside. And all 3 answers are, for sure, Hall of Famers. That's what we've established so far. The 1-1, backdoor slider, misses high and outside. And Joey, I'll shock you with another hint here. All 3 are retired, and they've been out of baseball for a long time. Only one of the 3 is even living. 2-1 pitch, misses downstairs and away to Pelk, so it's a 3-1 count. But I can assure you, you have heard of all 3 of these pitchers. They are 3 of the most prolific in the history of the game. The 3-1, swing and a fly ball right field, hanging up there for Andrew Kirchner down the line. camps out underneath to make the catch. And this always happens. The Cook quiz is rushed. Joey, I apologize, but we're at the point where we need to start getting answers from you. I'll give you a couple more hints. All three of these pitchers won a World Series. Two of them pitched against Babe Ruth once upon a time.
And you're saying modern era. So
since 1900, so in the World Series era.
I see.
That is classified by the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the modern era. Another one pitched in Los Angeles. First pitch to Patrick Roche. He watches high and inside.
Well, if that's the case, you'd have to go with somebody like Sandy Koufax.
The other two, I will tell you, both pitched further east. Neither of their organizations exists in the same form as it did, though. Next pitch to Roche. Misses inside 2-0. And do you have a category? Which one you think Koufax accomplished? ERA, strikeouts, or wins?
It would have to be probably strikeouts.
382 in 1965. You're on the money. That's a strike to Roche there to make it a 2-1 count.
I have a guess for another one of the pitchers. Would it be Washington Senators' Walter Johnson?
And which category?
Probably wins.
So close on that one. 2-1 falls for a strike. I'll give you credit anyway because you got Walter Johnson. In 14, he recorded a 114 earned run average. That was 1913, correction. And any idea about the wins? The final number was 37 in 1908. By whom? 2-2. Roche watches the slider high and outside.
Well, the one that everybody was talking about trying to get the rookie card of at the time. Well, no, that's a Hannes Wagner. I'm thinking of Hannes Wagner, but
not a pitcher.
Not a pitcher. Outside of that, it'd have to be probably Denton True. Denton True Young.
Close. 3-2 to Roche. He laces that one up the middle between the wickets of Gala. Fielded at short by Dixon, who throws on to first for the out. The answer, and we'll talk about this more after the break, Christy Mathewson, World Series winner with the Giants. After that one hits off the pitcher out to short, we move on to the top of the third inning. Top of the order, due up for Yuba-Sutter with Coast Baseball leading 5-1 on the Home Team Network. Taking you back to Blair Field with a 5-1 Coast lead entering the top of the third inning. Long Beach on defense after these teams trade zeros in the second. Top of the order, due up for Yuba-Sutter. Isaac Nunez, who led off the game with a single, followed by Jackson Mayo, who had more of the same. And Zach Chamizo, who reached on an error by the pitcher Cole Percival, who settles in here. Righty-righty affair. Percival kicks up high and fires. Curveball for a strike, low and away. Long Beach responded to that run that the Freebirds scratched across in the top of the first with a 5-run bash, including a grand slam from the catcher, David Whittle, and his first professional plate appearance. Next pitch, check swing on the breaking ball that misses high and away for a 1-1 count. Whittle gloving that one and looking back at home plate umpire Heath Jones. David Whittle spent his last pair of college seasons at UC Riverside after starting at San Diego State. This is his first professional game. Percival's 1-1. Nunez swings and pops this behind first base, shallow right field. Bardwell tracking in. He's underneath, losing his hat, and he makes the catch. Cooper Vest, the first baseman, started a pacer test drill from first base there, gunning it backwards. Bardwell cruised in for the catch. Jackson Mayo comes up here after his infield hit in the first inning. He bats on the left side. Nunez helped out with that hit because it was a hit and run that caused the shortstop Tyler Young to track over to second base, putting him out of position for the screwball grounder out towards his normal spot. Righty pitches to lefty, he swings and sends a splinter behind third. Dylan Lena underneath for the catch. Very quickly, there are two away here in the top of the third inning. Nobody on. Coast ahead by 4. Zach Chamizo tries his hand here after reaching on an error. He leaned into it with a swing and bunt his first time up, and he put enough spin on the baseball that he made it too difficult for Percival to cleanly barehand. Now take 2. High leg kick. Curveball misses low and outside. Chamizo stepping away in the middle of that pitch there. We were talking about the Cook quiz earlier, the pitching Triple Crown winners, since Justin Verlander announced his retirement yesterday. He is among that group. Percival bobs in, the 1-0. Swing and a miss over the curve. And we concluded that the Triple Crown season with the lowest ERA belongs to the 1913 Washington Senators ace Walter Johnson with a 114 mark. Sandy Koufax striking out the most batters in 1965 at 382. And Christy Mathewson, the most wins. That pitch bounces there. 2-1 count. Mathewson in 1908 recording 37 victories. Now, those numbers, of course, exclude the dead ball era where Old Hoss Radbourne in 1884 marshaled up 60 wins and 441 strikeouts. 2-1 pitch. Misses inside there. 3-1 count. All three of those pitchers World Series winners. Justin Verlander, a Triple Crown winner, also a World Series winner with the Houston Astros. Finding parallels across more than a century of baseball. 3-1. Swing and a miss. It's a full count now.
And just you're mentioning Christy Mathewson. The fun but not so fun fact is that he passed away 17 years after that Triple Crown. After volunteering in the U.S. Army in World War I, a result of mustard gas, which was a common instrument in that first Great War.
3-2, swing and a drive into right center field. Bardwell tracking over and makes the catch on the run. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the third for Yuba-Sutter. Coast ahead 5-1 as we move on to the bottom half of the third inning. Vest, Bardwell, and Betts 3, 4, and 5 due up when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Rolling back to it at Blair Field for the bottom of the third inning. 5-1 Coasters score. Cooper Vest leading off on the left side. Opposite the righty, Dan Galliff. Vest succeeded by Matthew Bordewell and Cuba Best. 3, 4, and 5. Sidearm, first pitch to Vest. Lands for a strike on the sinker at 84 miles per hour. The BYU product struck out on a full count last time, up for the first out of the home half of the ball game. Galliff kicks high and sways his sweeper outside and low for a 1-1 count. Galliff making his first professional start, third pro appearance for Yuba-Sutter, and allowing a run for the first time. Here's his 1-1. Vest swings and rallies that one foul to the left side, hooking towards the crowd. Carlson in pursuit. He reaches and he makes the catch on the warning track. Vest popping out into foul ground. Carlson initially overran that pop-up and found it in front of his own dugout. Matthew Bardewell comes up here. He recorded 2 of the 3 outs defensively in the last half inning. Yuba-Sutter popping or flying out for all 3, 2 of them the opposite way to right field. Righty-righty affair with the 6'4" right fielder. First pitch, a sinker below the knees for ball 1. Out of the stretch. Curveball misses low and away for a 2-0 count to Bardewell. That one winding out at 77 miles per hour. Galliff has kept the pitch speed low, topping out at 85 on his sinker today. 2-0. That misses underneath the hands, high and inside at 84 on that sinker ball. I talk about that as if it's slow compared to the 65 miles per hour I was crow hopping into a couple of weeks ago when we took some practice throws. 3-0, foul to the backstop, 3-1 count. Joey, I know you turned up to 75 miles per hour when you were going from a standing start.
Yeah, no warm-up either. I still got it. I just had to show everybody else that I got it.
I don't think I ever had it. There's a reason I was never a pitcher. I was a catcher. 3-1. Sinker sock high for ball 4. Runner on first. 1 away. Bottom of the third inning. Coast ahead by a quartet with Cuba Best trotting up here. He was the last man to reach base before David Whittle's grand slam that I can't stop smiling about. First professional plate appearance, and he goes yard. Not just that he sends it over the left field wall, but he brings home 4 runs to do it. Whittle due up third at the moment. Dylan Lena on deck, and Cuba Best leaning in here. Galliff facing Long Beach for the second time. He deals and misses outside and high. 1-0 count, the sinker missing there. His first professional appearance came in Marysville at home for Yuba-Sutter, 2/3 of an inning out of the pen on June 23rd. No runs on 2 hits. Next pitch misses up high. And it was a copy and paste outing of a longer variety on June 26th for his second appearance against the Oakland Ballers, going 3 1/3 innings, finishing up with the same line, although while he didn't strike out any members of the Coast, he had 3 against the Ballers. Best flares this one to straightaway left field. Cam Uran waiting in front of the warning track. He makes the basket catch, and they're 2 away. Bardewell retreating to first base. Bottom of the third inning. Coast ahead 5-1 with Dylan Lena trotting up here. And I got to say, his walk-up song confuses me, because when is there ever a cloudy day here in Long Beach, California? Sunshine on a cloudy day.
Yeah, you might jinx it one of these days. You might get an overcast day. Sometimes the mornings can be a bit gray.
Righty-righty affair. First pitch to Sunshine. He watches that one up high. 1-0 count. Long Beach, yeah, the mornings are a little foggy, but we could probably do with a little cloud cover after the 90 degrees at noon we've been experiencing these last couple days. 1-0. Inside and low by the knees. 2-0 count for Lena.
This is something that a lot of these people here are accustomed to. Maybe not us as much as implants.
2-0 to Lena. He fouls that one to the backstop. 2-1 count as we hit the hour mark on this game. It started off at 6:36, now 7:36 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks so much for joining in. It was 80 degrees at first pitch underneath these baby blue skies. That has dropped to 75 now. 2-1. Lena watches the bender in the lefty box for a 3-1 count. 5-1 LBC, your score. Bottom of the third, 2 away. Bardwell, the runner on first. There goes Bardwell for second. The pitch misses high and inside, so the stolen base attempt is a moot point with the walk. And David Whittle makes his way back to the dish. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Bottom of the third, Coast ahead 5-1. Those last 4 coming around because of his big drive into the left field trees. Whittle has played all of his collegiate level ball, whether it be NCAA or collegiate summer ball, here in the Golden State. The first pitch of this plate appearance, a strike on the slider, high and away. We've talked about his 2 years in 2023 and 2024 at San Diego State, and the last 2 at UC Riverside, but also he spent a summer in the California Collegiate League with the Conejo Oaks. Next pitch misses by his chin. 1-1 count. That was a pretty good first impression, so I'd understand if Galliff tries to pitch around Whittle a little bit here. A whittle bit, as you might say. The 1-1. Slides in for a strike on the sinker, low and away. 1-2 count.
Galliff tried to hit that same spot on his first pitch, but this time a little bit more tight and inside.
The sidearm dealer resets, stares at Bardwell on second. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a foul ball to the right side netting over the Long Beach dugout. Whittle, 6 feet tall, 205 pounds, a native to Moreno Valley here in California. 22 years old as of February 21st. Stands in an open stance on his front toe at the back of the righty box. 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. Well, you can't hit him out of the park every time. Maybe just your first swing is good enough. Strikes out there to end the third inning. Joey Miller will take you through the next 3 frames as the Coast lead 5-1. Moving on to the top of the 4th inning with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network.
Middle 3 of the middle game of this second week of July series. Coast and Freebirds battling it out. The Coast trying to get a series clincher. A 5-1 lead that they have not expanded on since the first inning. It's been 2 straight scoreless innings. Now Cole Percival back on the mound to try and continue his success from the defensive side. Gets Christian Castaneda to half swing and miss atop a nice breaker. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook here in the booth at Blair Field. Bryant Field is the home of the Freebirds. Now 1-1 count as the next pitch slides outside to even up the count at Christian Castaneda, a Texas native. Next pitch clips the zone just outside on that same fastball, a sliding fastball at 90 miles per hour. Cole Percival can pick it up in terms of the velo. He said that he can get up to 97 on a good day. There's a fastball there that rings up Castaneda, and he's not very happy with Heath Jones as he heads back to the dugout. He's not going to challenge it, though.
We've seen a lot of that in the Pioneer League this season. Batters argue calls, but either they forget that they have a challenge or they get stingy. Yuba-Sutter only has one mistake left in the challenge department, so Castaneda may have played it conservative there on purpose.
In a game where you're trailing by 4, I'm sure it's not advisable with nobody on to try and attempt something like that. But Andrew Kirchner swings and misses at the first pitch, a fastball at 91, cutting inside. Steps out of the box. The lefty has gone yard plenty of times against the Long Beach Coast. This is only his 8th game played in a Yuba-Sutter uniform. Next pitch spiked in the dirt, evens it up at 1 apiece. Kirchner out of Cal State Fullerton and has had quite an exciting start to his career. Heading into this game, he was 11 for 31, including 4 home runs in his past 3 games against the Coast. 1 last night. Takes the next pitch outside on a changeup. Gets ahead of the count now. Pull side of the infield drawn back, the right side. Now the pitch to the lefty batter. This one to the right side, down the first base line, and is fielded in foul territory by Cooper Vest. Got just a little chunk of that one. Kirchner is going to come back and retrieve his bat. We've seen a lot of broken bats. In just game 1, I believe there were 3 or 4 broken bats for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. Always tough when you're on the road when that happens, because then you're nervously asking somebody else, hey, can I borrow your bat? I know I just broke 2 of mine, but I'm out.
These guys don't play that far from Redwood National Park. They can make a trip.
Well, maybe not on their shared bus accommodation. This one sent out to center field. Edmonds has it in sight, comes over to his right, and makes the grab for out number 2. That'll bring up Kyle Carson, who we saw pinch hit in the top of the 7th, an inning-ending ground out in last night's 7-6 loss for the Freebirds. Percival's looking over at the dugout, potentially at his father, who's, I mean, right now he's doing quite well. 55 pitches in now 3 2/3 innings pitched. Gets a called strike on Carson. Ahead of the count now. Percival struck out Carson his last time he faced him, one of the 4 Ks he has on the night thus far. This one on a line out to center field, to the other side of center field. Edmonds makes the grab in right center. And a 1-2-3 inning for Cole Percival. Sends it to the bottom of the 4th, still 5-1 after 5 straight no-score half innings. We'll be right back on Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast on YouTube. Back at it in the bottom of the fourth. The Coast and the Freebirds at a stalemate after the Coast exploded onto the scene. 5-1 is the lead still. Tyler Young is going to have his hand at Dan Galliff. Last time he faced Galliff, he flew out to right field to end their biggest inning, the 5-run inning that was just following David Whittle's grand slam. The second pitch is fouled on the third baseline after the first pitch misses for ball 1. Even 1-1 count to the Pennsylvania native. Worked with him for a couple of content features that you'll see soon on our socials, including a water taste test challenge. And he was very speedy with his opinions as he takes a called strike 2 on a curveball. I had 6 bottled waters laid out, and he was very opinionative but very fast with his deductive reasoning. Check swing, referred down to first, and he goes around for out number 1. The third strikeout of the evening for Galliff, and it brings up Jalen Edmonds. But to finish that point, despite his confidence, he only got 1 out of 6 right.
What were the brands again?
There was Evian, Fiji, Kirkland's Signature. Now I'm starting to forget it. Smart Water.
I remember Liquid
Death, which everybody got right. He got right. First pitch misses outside to Jalen Edmonds. And then the final one would have been, it'll come to me, Dasani. This one on the ground, a couple hops to Dixon, gets it to first in time for out number 2. Quickly, 2 outs after 5 pitches, rather 6 pitches. Galliff has a chance at a quick inning, but he's got to get past Eddie Pelk. And we know he delivers. He delivered a triple in his first at-bat. Back in the bottom of the first, that led to that 5-run rally. 1 for 2 on the day thus far. The lefty steps in and takes the first pitch for strike 1. On that curveball at 76. The second pitch he'll take outside on the sinker, which serves as Galliff's fastball, a 4-pitch arsenal, curve, change, sinker, and a slider. Ahead of the count now 0-2. Next pitch just misses outside. Aragon was hoping for a late call there by Heath Jones, but it does just barely shave outside of the zone. A 1-2 count now. Galliff works from the stretch despite nobody on. This one misses well inside, and look out. Pelk having to dance out of the way of that Kentucky Wonder. Now a 2-2 count. Galliff stands tall. Here's that 2-2. Misses outside on the sinker that didn't really sink that much. It kind of did just look like a standard fastball there.
Well, from a sidearm pitcher, does anything ever look standard?
Full count. This one fouled off to the left side, third base side, and out of play. It is the third plate appearance for Pelk, and now the third time he's reached a 3-ball count. Nothing he's unfamiliar with all of the walks he has this season, that being 63. Make that 64. He tosses his bat aside on the missed curveball below the knees, and he is just charging closer and closer to the all-time record of 86.
And he's on pace for a ridiculous number of walks this season. He's on pace for about 140. If you extended that across a 162-game MLB season, he'd be on pace for 237, which would beat Barry Bonds' record by 5.
A lot of those intentional walks, of course.
Oh, of course, yes.
Patrick Roche now to the plate. Eddie Pelk extends the inning. That is also the 5th walk that Galliff has issued in now 3 2/3 of work. Gets strike 1 on Roche. Has had no problem getting ahead of counts. He's a new arm in Frank Gonzalez's revolving door of new players. Some that I think are going to stick around for most of the second half, especially offensively. There goes Pelk towards second at the pitch that misses low. Tag applied on the great throw there by Aragon to Nunez, and it misses him. Pelk slides under the tag. It's a stolen base. For Pelk, that's his 7th of now 9 attempts. Gets himself into scoring position. It's a 1-1 count. Sirens here at First Responders Night. The 1-1 curves inside. Patrick Roche does not flinch. It's a 2-1 for number 21. A common feature at third base, but since has moved over to the middle infield in replacement of Dylan Lena, who has seemed to be the hot corner go-to. This one into right field. That'll fall. Eddie Pelk being sent around. The relay in is going to be in plenty of time for out number 3. So despite the single there, Pelk decided to try for it. Gloss gave him the green light, and no score once more for the Coast. That's 3 straight innings with nothing on the board. It's still 5-1 heading into the 5th. We'll be right back on Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast YouTube. Pitching change in the first on the night. 5-1 is the score, and number 5 on the mound, Matthew O'Brien from UC Riverside, takes the mound and sends one right into Diego Aragon's back at 86 miles per hour, like pretty square right in the center of the number 8. That's got a sting. But it'll bring up Devin Dixon now with a runner aboard. It's the first runner aboard since a double hit by Devin Dixon back in the 2nd. Cole Percival was clean from that last out in the 2nd all the way throughout his perfect innings in the 3rd and the 4th. His line is done after 4 innings of work. Gets a called strike on Dixon on the 86 mile per hour fastball. Matthew O'Brien, in his 3rd professional appearance, is going to try and pause the game with a throw over to first. Aragon gets back standing before the ball even reaches the glove of Cooper Vest. O'Brien started against the Freebirds last Friday. This one fouled off to the first base side and over the awning. It's an 0-2 count. It did not go well. I will not sugarcoat it. It was a loss. 3 innings of work. He gave up 6 runs, all earned on 6 hits, only 2 strikeouts, and he also gave up a home run at Bryant Field. But he's going to try and pick himself up in this first reliever appearance of this now 4-run lead. Misses outside for ball 1.
That's sort of a similar experiment to what's happening with Cole Percival today, seeing what you can get, how many innings you can squeeze out of your newer pitchers out of the bullpen.
Next pitch fouled to the first base side again. Still 1-2, and that experiment with Cole Percival went quite well, I'd say. In the first 4 innings, he threw 67 pitches. Only gave up 3 hits, 2 in the first, 1 in the second, then he was perfect in his last 2 frames. Gave up 1 run, but it was unearned, and then 4 strikeouts as well. Another throw over to first to check on Aragon before that 1-2 is delivered to the shortstop for the Freebirds. Matthew O'Brien throwing to a very familiar battery mate. There's a swing and a miss, and O'Brien gets out number 1 on the K to Devin Dixon. Both UC Riverside products, both new to this roster as of the past few days.
Just like Cole Percival.
Yeah, Cole Percival played at UC Riverside as well. Troy Percival coached at UC Riverside for some time before coming to the Pioneer League. And now the lefty in the 9 spot, Cam Uran, takes the first pitch on a curveball outside. A 1-0 count with 1 out and a runner at first. O'Brien looks over at Aragon, delivers. This one fouled off the away side of the lefty to the third base net. A 1-1 count. He flew out to end the inning in the top of the second. That started that chain of 9 straight retired, or rather almost 9 straight retired. There's a called strike. And now a 2-strike count for Uran. What I meant to say was 7 straight retired to end Percival's line. Next pitch in the dirt, and Whittle has a good handle of it. Does not let that get too far out of his reach. Aragon stays at first. It's now a 2-2 count. Aragon, not much of a stolen base threat. He is a catcher. We don't see too many catchers who are stolen base threats. They have enough struggle in their knees. He has no stolen bases this season. Curveball finds the zone, and he's going to challenge it right away. Uran looks up to the booth, and he's going to be satisfied with that. It is going to be overturned for a ball. The first successful challenge for the Freebirds. Brings it to a 3-2 count. They're now 1 for 2. They only have 1 more to expend. The Coast, on the other hand, are 2 for 2 on the night, so they still have 2 to waste. Another throw over to check on Aragon.
Catchers aren't a stolen base threat. I was a stolen base threat as a catcher. It just simply that I could not catch the other runners stealing, so against my own team.
3-2 misses low, and it's 2 free bases and 3 batters faced. Runners at first and second for the Freebirds, and back to the top of the lineup we go with Isaac Nunez. But to my point, to my credit, can you name a catcher that is a stolen base threat in MLB history?
Well, Jason Varitek had some wheels to him at times. I know Roy Campanella and Yogi Berra could definitely turn it up. Johnny Bench wasn't exactly doing that, to my knowledge. But I feel like Joe Mauer had some wheels. Yadier Molina.
I feel like
maybe.
These are stretches here.
Well, we're not talking about Ricky Henderson level base stealers, but guys who, yeah, played catcher, but maybe weren't slow pokes like me.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I could beat any of the names that you mentioned, even today in a foot race.
Well, maybe the dead ones.
No, not even.
Okay.
But it's going to be Isaac Nunez, who is 1 for 2 on the night thus far. He is the only run that is cashed in for Yuba-Sutter tonight on that leadoff single that led off the game from Cole Percival's 3 hits allowed.
Benito Santiago, I think, has the stolen base record by a catcher.
Oh, that's a good point. First pitch to Nunez, a big swing and a miss. He finishes his swing with just 1 hand on the bat. It's an 0-1 count there on the breaker at 78. 5-1 Coast here in the top of the 5th. Next pitch, a fastball, hits inside right around the rib cage. And Nunez will have to look for a contact swing here. 35 games he started his year with in the Frontier League, both in red uniforms. Trois-Rivières and New Jersey. Next pitch in the dirt. Whittle keeps it in front of him. A 1-2 count.
Yeah, Les Aigles de Trois-Rivières, the lesser-known French-speaking Frontier League team. We talked about the four-time defending champion Quebec Capitals earlier. But there is definitely a difficulty to English-speaking players moving there because everything is in French. There really is very little safety net for the guys who have trouble learning the Francophone words.
Even the broadcast for the Frontier League Canadian teams, for the most part, they do have an English broadcaster.
So I almost ended up calling a couple games on the road out in Quebec. I believe it would have been against Les Aigles. And I had a whole piece planned explaining the French terms for different positions, and I don't remember any of them. I'll have to look them up.
There's a check swing. Isaac Nunez goes around, and he's not thrilled with himself after he was caught jammed for the second out of the top of the fifth. Second wave of the K for O'Brien. And now he just needs one more on Jackson Mayo. Actually, I don't think that's Jackson Mayo. It's going to be a pinch hitter. We'll see the number here in just a second. It's a righty coming in. Number 19, that is Phillips. Josh Phillips, who we saw last night. He went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Reached on an E5, one of the 2 errors in the 7th and 8th inning, both of Dylan Lena's way. That allowed the Freebirds to get within 1, and now he gets his first plate appearance of the night tonight against the left-hander. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1.
By the way, in French, the pitcher is le lanceur. The catcher is le receveur. I do remember that much.
We did a whole segment just like that. Jason Garrett, my broadcast partner with the Grizzlies, is also pretty much on par for your love of the French language in its connection to baseball. This one fouled off to the first base side. It's a 1-1 count on Phillips.
And first, second, third base are all exactly what you'd think. If you have any knowledge of French, it's just première base, deuxième base, troisième base.
Well, that's a strike. I don't really know what that is in French, but.
Well, I was going to get to some of those terms.
It's a fastball down the middle, though.
It's le strike.
Le strike.
I'm not joking. It is le strike.
Well, now O'Brien gets le ball. Or actually, no, I think I do know ball. Oh, God. My AP French is evading me right now. Oh, I'm so
how
sorry.
How often were you talking about baseball?
I'm so sorry, Madame Sachs. I forgot. The 2-2, this one fouled back and over the net, home plate side. And well, O'Brien's still a pitch away.
I do know what shortstop is. It is arrête court.
Mm-hmm. Arrête, of course, meaning stop. I remember that from the stop signs I saw in Paris.
And then court, I really don't remember.
I guess short would be my guess.
I don't know.
2-2, a swing and a miss. And O'Brien, despite giving up a hit by pitch and a base on balls, he strikes out the side, leaves 2 stranded, and another 0 on the board. Heading into the bottom of the 5th, it's 5-1 Coast. You're listening to Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast on YouTube. Into the bottom of the fifth we go, and it's the first pitching change for Frank Gonzalez and the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, who trail by 4 to the Long Beach coast. It'll be Cooper Vest, Matthew Bardwell, and Cuba Bass to face off against the 6'8" right-hander Dylan McCall, who last series was not even the tallest pitcher out of the pen. The first pitch is fouled off down the left field line for strike 1 to Cooper Vest. That was Brenton Thiels, 7-foot left-hander, or rather right-hander, who was cut before coming here to Long Beach. Cooper Vest takes the next pitch high for ball 1. Dylan McCall did see the Long Beach coast on July 4th on their second victory of the away series in Marysville. Next pitch ticked off to the third base side again. A 1-2 count. He had a clean inning. A strikeout to follow it. Has been a go-to first or second reliever out of the pen for the Freebirds. He misses outside there to even it up at 2 apiece. Dylan McCall out of Fort Collins, Colorado, a product of the Tigers system. Played in the Florida Complex League. Next pitch, a curveball, misses. Low for ball 3, and Cooper Vest a chance to get aboard here to start off this bottom of the 5th. Nobody has scored since the bottom of the 1st. The arms on the mound have been dealing. Next pitch bounces low and inside. It's going to be a base on balls for the Freebirds in their first 2 pitchers. That is the 6th walk they have allowed to the Coast offense. The first for McCall, of course, and the first 5 of the starter, Dan Galliff, who now exits the game after 4 innings of work, giving up all 5 of those runs in the first inning, but only 1 hit since that 3-hit, 5-run inning. Matthew Bardwell was one of those walks, came around to score, takes the first pitch low for ball 1. This one on the ground towards the third baseman, Carlson. Tries to get it around the horn to Nunez. Gets both in time. A great throw there by Nunez to continue that twin-killing 5-4-3 double play. Clears up the bases and allows Cuba Best to the plate. The chance to face the minimum for McCall after starting things off with a full count walk to Vest. Cuba Bass, a walk, and an F7 on the night. Has yet to get aboard. On the way of the hit, I should say. First pitch fouled, third base side. What a lovely evening we have here. Rose-colored gradient on this July Wednesday night in Long Beach, California. An 0-1 count now to Bass. Misses inside. 1-1 count now. McCall slowly comes set. The pitch clock at 5. Here's the 1-1. Misses high and outside. Bass ahead of the count. This is a matchup of 2 former rookie ball affiliate. Bass formerly in the Red Sox and Rockies organization. McCall with the Tigers. This one lifted in the air to shallow left field. You ran in on it, and he calls off Dixon and Carlson, who are also chasing for out number 3. McCall does, in fact, face the minimum. That is now 4 straight complete innings without a single run on the board. We'll send it to the 6th. Matthew O'Brien will take the mound once more when we come back. 5-1 Coast on Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast on YouTube. Into the 6th we go, and it's been kind of a boring game since the first inning where 6 runs came across to score, 5 in favor of the Coast. It's 5-1. Matthew O'Brien back on the mound. Zach Chamizo, the first batter he faces, as he misses with the curveball outside for ball 1 on this lovely Wednesday night. First Responders Night. Tomorrow we have Cambodian Heritage Night. So this one's fouled back to the backstop for strike 1. A couple of Heritage Nights we have coming up this year. We have a Filipino Heritage Night. We have, I believe, a Jewish Heritage Night. Plenty of exciting things on the upcoming schedule, including a 12-game homestand that you'll want to grab some tickets for. Curveball in there for strike 2. That 12-game homestand we got coming up to start off the second half against Oakland, Yuba-Sutter, Oakland again, and then the Red Pocket Mobiles. This one on the ground towards the right side. Roche gets it to first in time for the first out. 4-3, and that is now 3 straight retired in the past 2 frames for Matthew O'Brien, who only needed 21 pitches to strike out the side. He hit a batter, and he walked a batter, but he left him stranded in the 5th. Now Christian Castaneda to the plate. Let's look at some of those promos we got coming up. We have a couple food vendors coming in tomorrow for Cambodian Heritage Night, so says Claire Duvendek, who we interviewed in the Beach Ball pregame show. First pitch is in there for strike 1 to Castaneda. The next pitch fouled off down the right field line. He falls behind 0-2. I believe I saw on our Instagram one of those food vendors is a barbecue vendor of some sort, maybe a Cambodian barbecue vendor.
I'll be making a trip there tomorrow.
I will. That'll be my first trip. There's a foul tip into the glove of Whittle. Castaneda goes down with a strikeout, and for O'Brien, that's his 4th. And now 5 outs he has recorded of this relief appearance. Really picking himself up from his prior start in Yuba-Sutter on Friday. Now he just needs one more against Andrew Kirchner. 5-1 bases clear, top of the 6th. The first pitch to the left, he misses high, slips out of the hands there of O'Brien. And I understand if there are a couple missed pitches because we're starting to get to that humid part of July where even my palms are starting to get a little bit sweaty. Just up here in the press box, I'm not out there on the mound in front of this crowd here. Curveball misses low and outside. It's a 2-0 count now to Kirchner, who's 0 for 2 tonight. The only backward strikeout recorded, that from Cole Percival to end the top of the 1st. There's a called strike on a fastball at 88 miles per hour. Yes, Filipino Heritage Night is next Wednesday night. We also have a couple Regulators nights coming up. Those are always fun. Getting to celebrate the LBC, including 5-6-2 somewhere. It's 5-6-2 somewhere. I think that's a play on it's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's next Tuesday. Thursday against Oakland.
You know me, I like Jimmy Buffett and Alan Jackson. That's a night I'm looking forward to.
And we already have a Parrot in the ballpark, so that kind of solidifies us there. We have Space Beach next Saturday against Yuba-Sutter. And Halloween in July. I guess we got to start thinking of our costumes. That's on the 19th. This one on the ground up the right field line, foul. Still a full count with 2 outs and nobody on. I'll have plenty of stories to tell you of all the interesting costumes that I've had growing up. My mom was very creative with her costume choices for me. No name brand costumes. I wasn't like a Superman or anything like that. This one misses low, and it's going to be a walk to continue this inning. Kirchner wins the battle there, and Carson comes up to the plate.
My parents did their fair share of good work on my costumes, but usually it ended up being something sports-related anyway, so it was relatively easy work because I already had the equipment, although during the 2012 NHL lockout, my dad dressed me up in a Bruins jersey, locks and chains, and I was a zombie locked out hockey player.
Love it. But save a lot of those stories for that Sunday. You're going to have to tune in on either Home Team Network or our YouTube live stream on Long Beach Coast's official YouTube page. First pitch is fouled off to the first base side over the net. Kyle Carson has a runner aboard with 2 outs and an 0-1 count. Now an 0-2 count as he swings atop a 77-mile-per-hour off speed. 0 for 2 on the night thus far, a strikeout and an F8 that ended the 4th inning. Offensively for the Freebirds, who have not scored since the first. We're here in the top of the 6th. O'Brien looks over at first, and he's going to throw over to Kirchner to check on him. Give him some time to step back on the mound. Rise some tension here on an 0-2 count. And that 0-2 count is sent out into right field. Bardowell back into the wall. It's into the Jared Weaver bullpen. And there are the first 2 runs of the game in 4 innings of scoreless baseball. It's 5-3 Freebirds on the 4th home run given up to the Freebirds in the past 2 nights. Kyle Carson still making a great first impression with this ball club. This being his 8th game with the program. That's his 12th hit in now 26 at-bats. It's 5-3, still a 2-run lead for Matthew O'Brien. Just 1 more out to go. Diego Aragon to the plate. First pitch misses low and in the dirt for ball 1. Next pitch misses low as well on the fastball. O'Brien trying to locate the strike zone. Trying to pick himself up after getting the first 2 outs relatively quickly on 7 pitches. This one sent up the middle. He's not going to get out number 3 here as Aragon gets aboard with a 2-out single following the 2-run home run by Kyle Carson. Devin Dixon now to the plate, representing the tying run now. Cooper Vest holding on Aragon as he did last half inning, or rather the last inning where Aragon was the first to reach. He was left stranded in scoring position. There's a swing and a miss at the off speed. Devin Dixon was looking first pitch fastball. O'Brien from the stretch. Misses low. Whittle again keeps it ahead of him. 1-1 count. Devin Dixon 1 for 2. Prior to this inning, the Freebirds only had 3 hits, and Devin Dixon was the only extra base hit of those 3 hits. That back in the 2nd. Next pitch misses low and inside, just under the kneecaps. O'Brien falls behind, a 2-1 count. Dixon went 0 for 4 yesterday. This one on the ground. Quick worm burner to Tyler Young, who gets it on to second for out number 3 on the fielder's choice. A 2-run home run by Kyle Carson gets this deficit down to 2 for the Freebirds, but it's still 5-3 in favor of the Coast. Heading into the bottom of the 6th, we'll be right back on Home Team Network and Coast YouTube channel. Bottom of the 6th, and the Freebirds broke the streak of scoreless innings. It was 4 straight from the 2nd to the 5th, and now their 4-run deficit turns into a 2-run deficit. 5-3, Dylan Lena to face Dylan McCall. Two Dylans facing off against each other, and a new voice on the broadcast. Our sideline reporter, Nina Corral, joins us here in this bottom of the 6th. First pitch misses low and outside. Hi, Nina. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you, Joey?
Fantastic. It's a lovely night here, and it's finally starting to cool off.
Definitely. It was way too hot last night.
This one on the ground towards shortstop Devin Dixon. Gets it to first in time for out number 1. No, you are absolutely correct. It's been a lot hotter heading into July, and I wonder if that plays a factor at all for the on-field practice. I feel like a lot of these guys are California natives. You are a California native. You're used to this. Jesse and I, we are not used to this heat and humidity. I'm sure that it's a lot worse in some other parts of Southern California, as you might be able to attest to. David Whittle takes the first pitch low for strike 1. And let's talk about David Whittle, who's a Moreno Valley, California native. You were here with us in the booth when he sent his first hit of his professional career over the left field wall. Takes a mighty hack there. It's an 0-2 count now. What was your reaction after he got that one out?
What a way to make a starting impression here as a professional at Blair Field. He came from UCR, played under Coach Percy over there, and now he got recruited by him, and now he is wearing the Long Beach Coast uniform, representing the Coast, and that was his debut. That was his first at-bat, and what a way to set the tone for his season.
Yeah, you know, in MLB history, there have been 4 batters to hit a grand slam in their first career at-bat, which we will get to on the other side of this break, because anytime we have Nina Corral on the broadcast, actually, no, sorry, 2 outs here. So I can get to him. It's a 5-3 put out. I was mistaken. I thought there were 2 outs. So 4 players, and tell me if you've heard of any of these names, Nina. Bill Duggleby.
That's a sick last name, though.
He hit it in 1898, April 21st, 1898 for the Philadelphia Phillies. Jeremy Hermida. I knew I got that wrong right away. Tyler Young takes strike 1. He is from Pennsylvania. Potential Phillies fan here.
I love the Phillies.
As well as the Angels as well. Daniel Nava, was he ever an Angel? I know he was a Red Sox when he hit this one. This one hit right back to McCall, who underhands to first for out number 3. But the last one is Kevin Kuzminoff in 2006. We'll send it over to Jesse Cook on the other side of this break, and perhaps you can stay for an inning with Jesse. Sorry about that, Nina. It's still 5-3. Into the final 3 we go on Home Team Network and the Coast YouTube channel.
Top of the 7th inning on the way at Blair Field with the Coast leading the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds 5-3, and a new arm in the ball game for the LBC, and the right-hander Liam Rocha. He replaces Matthew O'Brien after he deals for a couple innings, allows 1 run on 2 hits, and ends up striking out 4 batters. Righty-lefty affair as Rocha faces Cam Uran, the left-handed hitting left fielder. Jesse Cook with you next to Nina Corral. First pitch, fired in for a strike, high and away. Nina, Rocha, not the only former minor leaguer appearing in this game, as Cole Percival, another former member of the Twins organization, got things started.
I'm excited to see him perform. This is my first time seeing him live, and I hear quite a buzz about him.
Well, Rocha now in a 1-1 count, and there's a reason for that buzz. He, like Percival, played in the Twins system up until last year when he was released in May from the Florida Complex single-A team, rookie ball team rather. Next pitch forces a swing and miss for a 1-2 count. And Rocha, who started the year off in Oakland, is appearing for the Coast for the 5th time, and he's allowed runs in just his last 2 outings for the LBC. Settles in for a 1-2 count, base is empty, nobody out. Next pitch, half swing, full miss. There's one away in the top of the 7th inning. What a start for him.
Cal Baptist is where he attended college.
Just like Nathan Hemmerling. And we've seen a lot of newcomers for the Coast this season. That's the trend with any level of baseball. Of the guys who have had to make that midseason impression, like Johnny Pappas, Garrett Vandeventer, Jackson Bird,
Derek LaFerriere.
Derek LaFerriere, who has had the most exciting start to you as Rocha faces the top of the order, and Isaac Nunez here, a righty-righty battle. First one on the way, inside and low for ball 1.
Who has made, I'm sorry,
Who's been the most exciting start for you to watch?
I was really excited for LaFerriere because he was working at his family's pizzeria when he got a call from Gary Grosjean, another starting pitcher in our rotation, and I just thought that story was really cool because I believe he went to spring training with the Freebirds.
That's right. He was in Yuba-Sutter for spring training. Nunez fires the 1-1 into shallow center field for a base hit. There's 1 on, 1 away in the top of the 7th inning. Coast ahead by a pair for Jackson Mayo. Singled on the infield grass his first time up. But Derek LaFerriere, that great story where he's working for his mom and dad, and then, like you said, Gary Grosjean gives him the call. But he also had a hot start. He reached base in each of, I believe, his first 4 contests of his professional career with the Coast. Well, a lot of those guys who end their college career and maybe don't have the highest draft hopes sort of think their career is done. First pitch forces a foul tip to Mayo, 0-1 count.
Definitely a comeback story, and I also really want to taste his family's pizza.
Well, how far is Lake Tahoe from here? It's a 3.5-hour drive. Road trip?
Road trip.
Broadcast road trip? I would love to make it out to Lake Tahoe, although I feel like that's a place you sort of have to hit in the fall or winter when it's ski season.
I feel like maybe just swimming in the lake.
That could be
a
good.
thing?
That would be good. 1-1 count there after that misses. I remember the NHL had a couple games on Lake Tahoe, and I believe 2021, and those were possibly the most scenic hockey games I've ever seen. So I know what it looks like frozen over just from the TV. I don't quite know in person what it looks like during the summer. Pitch misses downstairs, runner going for second as that hops away from Whittle for a passed ball.
Another fun start, I think, is Jackson Bird. He was finishing up his college career literally a day after finals. He gets a call from Percy, and within a few hours, he drove down.
And I know that was a crazy day for him because he had to drive back and forth from the ballpark to the hospital to go get his physical checked out so he could be cleared to play for the Pioneer League. And everybody knows driving in L.A. County traffic during rush hour is tough. So Bird arrived mid-game and then earned the save. So
now that's a story.
That might be one of the most exciting introductions that I've seen in pro baseball in the few years I've gotten to enjoy at this level.
I love watching young talent come up and rise and really perform and like make a name for themselves.
Just like a recent graduate, team reporter Nina Corral.
Biola, class of 2026.
2-1 count. Rocha out of the stretch. Misses high and outside. It's a 3-1 count. 5-3 Coast, top of the 7th inning. Runner on second, 1 away. Yeah, Bird, a two-way player, pitches and hits. Told me the next day that he wasn't sure if they'd have him pitch or hit in that game, but he knew that there was a high possibility that he could do one during the contest.
Hey, if you're a two-way player, I feel like that's the name of the game.
3-1 misses, and that gets by Whittle, so Nunez heads over to third on another pass ball. That's also ball 4 to Mayo. So with 1 away, there are runners on the corners for Zach Chamizo, who represents the go-ahead run for Yuba-Sutter. And Nina, suddenly things have gotten a little out of hand for Long Beach here. So here comes manager Troy Percival to talk to his pitcher. What have you seen in the player-coach dynamic so far this season?
From what I have heard from the players is that the coaches are really there for them, that they really just want to see the guys go out there and have fun with the game, not putting too much pressure on themselves, but really emphasizing that this is a kids game. That is what 90% of the players will describe it as, and I think that is really cool at the end of the day, that they are establishing that type of play.
And those kids get a little responsibility there, as Percival called in the whole infield and left them to their own devices after a little while. So just like with teaching young kids, he definitely gave them the opportunity there to figure things out on their own. And Percival shares a short conversation with home plate umpire Heath Jones, although I don't see any changes in the field. Well, after that meeting, Zach Chamizo suits up on the left side. Jackson Mayo on first base. Isaac Nunez on third for Yuba-Sutter. Long Beach leading 5-3 with 1 away in the top of the 7th inning. Liam Rocha trying to work out of this jam. A double play would do it. Kicks high. Runner goes for second. Curveball misses. Throw to the bag. Tag applied. Just safe. Swimming underneath. And third base umpire and crew chief Dale Gardner has had a few calls in this game where he's given the benefit of the doubt to the runner. It benefited the Coast early. Now Yuba-Sutter catches a break there, as that was a close play. I think he's gotten it right every time, but it's so tough to tell from up here in the press box.
I like how the coaches put in the guys that we don't typically see every day. Like today we had Edmonds come in, and then we also have Whittle come in, and now we have Rocha on the mound. I feel like they're really trying to get a flavor of of our new guys.
Absolutely, and you have a little bit of freedom to do it, clinching the playoffs last night, so there's not as much pressure to win every game, although the Coast still need to clinch first place at the end of the first half standings, a game and a half ahead of the Billings Mustangs, who have been on Long Beach's tail all year. 2-0, a curveball that lands for a strike.
I would love to see the guys take home team advantage, because I just know Blairfield, the Long Beach community, would come out and support.
That would be a lot of fun. And Long Beach needs to win to keep that up, because the Mustangs beat down the Red Pocket Mobiles today 18-2, so they're creeping closer. That pitch misses downstairs for a 3-1 count. Runners on second and third, 1 away, top of the 7th inning. Coast ahead by a pair. And Billings, Joey and I talked about it earlier during our beach ball pregame report, that they may have an extra game to play because they had one rained out, so the teams, I believe Missoula and Billings, have to decide whether or not to replay it. Next pitch fouled off into the left side parking lot. Full count for Chamizo. So there is a slight amount of confusion with the first half standings, but the magic number for Long Beach to clinch that first place spot is set at 5 with 5 games to go, including tonight.
We got this series, and then they're going to be on the road, and then there's going to be a 12-game homestand.
That's right. Payoff pitch misses in the dirt, so Yuba-Sutter loads the bases for Christian Castaneda. Now, that 12-game homestand, it matters in a large way because it's how they kick off the second half. But the 3 spot in Modesto this weekend could prove crucial, rounding out the first half and changing some standings. Assistant coach A.J. Crapo trots out to home plate umpire Heath Jones. to initiate a change and give some baseballs while Troy Percival is out there on the mound talking with Liam Rocha. There is action in the Long Beach bullpen that wraps up as a new arm enters the ball game. We're going to step aside with the new pitcher coming onto the field here, and we'll update you on who that is in just a moment. Well, it's Steven Ordorica. We just heard the music. 5-3 Coast your score as we carry on, taking a break in the top of the 7th inning on the Home Team Network. Back at it in the top of the 7th inning, and it's a sticky situation for Submarine pitcher Steven Ordorica. The Coast ahead 5-3, and 1 out on the board, but Yuba-Sutter has the bases loaded for Christian Castaneda. He can slug the baseball with his 5 home runs this season, second on the Yuba-Sutter roster in RBIs at 33. Righty-righty affair. Ordorica's first pitch bounced out towards the third base side and foul.
I love watching him pitch. It's so satisfying. I love submarine pitchers. They're so rare, I think, and they're so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just their movement is so nasty.
Well, I don't even know how you decide to get to that point where you probably learned to throw overhand growing up and you just figure, all right, let's drop it below the waist now. Ordorica trying to flick it from near the knee. Here he goes again. This one chopped to third. Lena pounces after it. Diving. Tyler Young has it short, but he has no play. And 1 run scores for Yuba-Sutter on the infield knock for Castaneda, pushing the tying run to third with 1 away and the bases still loaded.
I don't know if you know this, Jesse, but did you know his nickname is Chili?
I did know that, and I love it. He is a chill guy.
I hear from the guys that it's his family's nickname. I don't know where it came from, but that's just what his family calls him.
Well, now Chili tries to warm up against Andrew Kirchner here. Righty to lefty. Sinker at the ankles for ball 1. Well, I can tell you how I found out about it, which is I called him Steven for the first week of the season. He goes up to me and goes, "It's Chili." Like, oh, is Steven like your middle name? No, just call me Chili. And that was it. He just moved on. He walked away after that.
Yeah, a few of the players have told me, don't call him Steven. And I'm like, isn't that his name? And they're like, he hates it. I don't know. Interesting, though.
Well, it's now a 1-1 count.
Poor Chili.
That's right. Chili trying to pepper the strike zone here against Kirchner. He walks in 0 for 2 today, although he forced a 7-pitch walk last time up. Next one on the way, and he fouls it off to the back netting. 5-4 Long Beach. Yuba-Sutter has the bags juiced in the top of the 7th inning with 1 away. But this is a Long Beach team that knows how to turn the twofer. Even had a game back on June 19th, the first home game against Yuba-Sutter, where they set a franchise record of 5 double plays turned in a single ball game. Long Beach also equaled that number against Oakland last week. Ordorica could benefit from that. He pitches low. Can he keep it low? 1-2. Bounced into left field on the ground. Green light at third for Chamizo. Relay to the plate cut off by Lena. And the Freebirds take the lead 6-5 on a 2-run single from Andrew Kirchner. In the moment, I almost said High-Wheelers there, as I'm used to calling them from last season. They were these first 2 years, and now they are riding high with their second lead of the ball game. Yuba-Sutter took the advantage out of the gate in the top of the first. Now it's up to Kyle Carlson on the right side. Coast trailing by 1. Orderica fires. This one chopped to second. Patrick Roche has it. Launches off his back foot to second for the out, and there's no play after that. But now there are 2 away in the top of the 7th inning. Yuba-Sutter still up by a run.
Jesse, what do you think we need to see from our guys for them to come back?
Well, more stuff like that. Patrick Roche making an acrobatic spin move at second base. Highlight reel plays, I feel like, always definitely play a role in boosting a team's confidence. Diego Aragon with a chance to shatter that perception. Yuba-Sutter's catcher at the plate, batting on the left side against the right-handed pitcher.
Baseball is such a game of momentum, and I feel like the Freebirds have definitely gained that momentum this inning.
Well, Aragon tries to further that, fire it into left field, down the line, and it's called foul. Maybe a momentum halter, as it looked like that ball might give Yuba-Sutter a healthy advantage. Third base coach Dave Rodriguez was full windmills over there. But momentum definitely plays a key role in any sport, in baseball where you have this individual battle every single play between pitcher and batter.
That is why Yogi Berra says the game is 90% mental.
That's right. I think the full quote doesn't make as much sense. 90% of the game is mental. The other half is physical. One of the great Yogiisms.
The
0-1.
math ain't mathin'.
Not quite. Although Diego Aragon has found the equation, pushing that one into left center field. That brings home a run, and Castaneda from third. Right behind him, it's Carlson getting the green light. Relay to the infield. Shut down at the plate, but by Whittle to the backstop. And after the 2-run double, Aragon makes it to third base there. Long Beach started this inning ahead by 2. Now it's an 8-5 Yuba-Sutter lead.
The Freebirds are doing a good job in finding the gaps in the field.
Well, right there. Splitting that left center field opening. And now it's the 9th batter of the inning, and Devin Dixon. He pushed forth the first extra base hit for Yuba-Sutter in this ballgame, a double in the 2nd inning. Now Long Beach has to work out of this. First pitch here, swing and a miss at the high inside slider. And Long Beach has a choice, like you said, how they approach this game. To quote Yogi Berra, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Next pitch, fouled off right side and out of play. 0-2 count. While Long Beach doesn't exactly have a cut and dry choice of whether to play this defensively or which direction to take, maybe they can put a fork in Yuba-Sutter here and jump back into the win column. They need a comeback, down 3 runs. The Long Beach bats have been retired in each of the last 5 batters, so Jalen Edmonds leading off the next frame has a tall order to try and jumpstart momentum. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Dixon goes down by way of the K for the 2nd time, but Yuba-Sutter takes a 5-run hack in this inning and leads 8-3 over the Coast. 9-1-2 due up for Long Beach, with Coast Baseball returning in the bottom of the 7th on the Home Team Network. The tables have turned here in Long Beach, California. What was at one point a 4-run Coast lead flipped on its head. 8-5, the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds lead after a 5-run top of the 7th inning. Here we are for the bottom of the 7th frame. Jalen Edmonds leading off for the Coast. Opposite the new right-hander out there, Drew Aguiar for Yuba-Sutter. Edmonds 0 for 2. First pitch, he squares to bunt, but pulls back as the curveball misses downstairs. 1-0 count for the Arizona Christian University product. Edmonds still searching for his first hit of the season in front of the home crowd. Bends in at the back of the box. High leg kick. Fastball misses low and away for a 2-0 count. Aguiar out of Cal State Monterey Bay settles in. This is his first season of pro baseball and his 5th time taking the bump, and he's struggled with a 12.46 earned run average. Here he goes again. Edmonds watches the breaking ball for a strike at the knees. 2-1 count. Aguiar has only dealt 4 1/3 innings so far. Now he settles again. The pitch to Edmonds, who leans back at the front door curve for a strike. Talking with hitting coach Troy Gloss before the game, Jalen Edmonds has struggled in his eyes, but mainly because he hasn't had consistency in being placed into the lineup, so it's been hard for him to adjust his timing. 2-2, misses low and outside. Edmonds has primarily been used as a pinch runner to this point in the season, so now with the playoffs clinched as of last night, he's getting his hacks in. Out of the stretch, the 3-2. Edmonds cuts and fouls it off to the right side, out of play. Aguiar pitching from the first base side of the rubber. Here he goes. Called strike 3, high and away on the fastball. Edmonds started marching off towards first, but home plate umpire Heath Jones brings him back to the dugout. Top of the order coming up here in Eddie Pelk. In his 3 plate appearances, he's reached base twice. Last time walking his way aboard and stealing second, but he tripled to lead off the home half of the ball game in the first. Now, the first left-handed batter for Aguiar. He rears back. And Pelk leans out of the way of the 89-mile-per-hour fastball underneath his chin. Aguiar out of the stretch, his 1-0. Pelk swings and fends this one off to the left side, out of play. Last time out for Aguiar against the Coast on Sunday was his first appearance at the professional level without allowing a run. The Coast ended up winning that ball game 13-8, but nothing on Aguiar's line. He went an inning and a third, allowing just 1 hit and striking out 3. Next pitch, a backdoor slider for a strike. 1-2 count. This is his 4th time pitching against Long Beach, allowing runs on June 25th and June 23rd. Also surrendered a couple against Oakland on the 26th. Next pitch, Pelk swings and flares that one to straightaway left field. Cam Uran barely moves. Left fielder flies out to left fielder, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Patrick Roche coming up here, and maybe over these last 2 outings, Aguiar's figured Long Beach out.
I think that's the case for this entire roster. I was talking with Frank Gonzalez before today, and he said, I think I can finally figure you guys out after starting off 2-10 on his side against the Long Beach Coast.
Righty pitches to righty, and Roche watches the curveball dance inside for a strike. 0-1 count. Manager Frank Gonzalez didn't exactly get to see a lot of these Long Beach players last year as they were in Idaho Falls. Those 2 teams, I don't believe, intersected. Next pitch, misses high and outside.
Oh, they certainly did.
Oh, they did.
18 games, as a matter of fact.
Games. The other Colorado teams did not have as many outings against Idaho Falls.
Oh, yeah. Most of the games I called in Grand Junction were between Percival and Gonzalez.
1-1. Roche swings and bounces that one to the right side, foul. What about against Yuba-Sutter?
There was one series where they scored 121 runs against us for a professional record that week of a 6-game series where I know I've talked to Jerome, I've talked to Cuba Bess, I've talked to A.J. Crapo about this. They remember that quite fondly, the 18-run ninth inning.
1-2, outside and high. 2-2 count. Well, a number of Long Beach players also came from the Yuba-Sutter roster, subtracting a decent chunk from what became the Freebirds this season. Freebirds ahead 8-5, the 2-2 to Roche, outside and low. And here on First Responders Night, the fire engine sirens in the distance elicit some cheers.
Yeah, the Jackalopes and Frank Gonzalez only got 5 of those 18 games against Percival. He was pretty dominant, sweeping the inaugural home opener series.
Long Beach trying for the sweep against Yuba-Sutter here, but down 3 runs, that's in jeopardy. The 3-2. Fastball misses low and away. Game 2 of this 3-game setup. Long Beach won last night. If the Coast want first place, the way the Billings Mustangs have played, they may have to sweep Yuba-Sutter. Also, if they want the first half wins record, they'll have to sweep Yuba-Sutter. Oakland finished the first half 37-11 last year. The Coast are currently 33-10. Including tonight, that leaves 5 games left to play before the halfway point. Runner on first after that walk, 2 away, bottom 7. First pitch to Cooper Vest, and the righty's fastball called a strike, low and away to the left-handed Vest. The tying run is on deck in Matthew Bardowell with his 9 home runs this season. Cooper Vest is right there with him, although he hasn't hit any at home. Throw over to first, and diving back in safely is Roche. Organist Jeff Liffman was on a tear there. Wow.
You know what that song was, right?
Not offhand. Next pitch misses downstairs.
Come on, it's MJ. Don't stop till you get enough.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize that part of it, but don't stop till you get enough. It's a great song. The Coast don't have enough right now. Down 3, bottom 7. 2-away, runner on first. Righty pitches to lefty. Vest watches the breaking ball miss around his knees. 2-1 count as that's too far inside. Two 2-1. Best checks a swing at the fastball by the hands. 3-1 count. By the way, if you want to hear more from Jeff Lippman, check out other spots on the Long Beach Coast YouTube page. If you're listening to the audio stream, you're already there. We sat down with him for one of the most interesting interviews I've ever conducted because it was at the Oregon. 3-1 pitch, hits Vest. That is the 18th time he's been struck by a baseball in just the first half of this season. And he is setting himself up to set a Pioneer League record in the HBP column. Joey, you have a better knowledge of the record book, but he's creeping up on, I believe, a record of 28 set in 2021.
Yes, and with that, he just enters the top 5 of all time in a single season. The first half is not even done yet.
Jacob Goldfarb went with 28 across the entire 2021 season. Frank Gonzalez is out there on the mound now talking with his pitcher. Goldfarb for Ogden, a team that Long Beach will face at the end of this month and beginning of August.
More specifically, I can get a little bit more specific. Top 5, 8 other, or rather he shares the category with 7 other bruised batsmen in the Pioneer League history, at least the modern era of Pioneer League history. Not a record that I'm sure he wanted at the beginning of the season, but hey, you got something going for you. Might as well etch your name into the record books.
Why not? And this is probably the most passive way to do it. All you have to do is maybe stand a little closer to the plate. Well, after that mound visit, it's time for Matthew Barnwell. He represents the tying run. And oh boy, could he send this crowd into a frenzy if he sends out his 10th home run this season. Out of the stretch. Swing and a hesitant miss over the fastball, low and away. 2-away, bottom 7. 8-5 Yuba-Sutter with runners on first and second. 3 Bardo blasts have come in the friendly confines. Here's the 0-1. He swings and laces that one down the third base line and fair into the left field corner. Roche steams around second. He scores. Vest burning right behind him. He's on the way. Bardowell cruises into second with a 2-run double, and the tying run is on second for the Coast on a 2-out rally in the bottom of the 7th. Running with contact certainly makes a difference, although Bardowell painted that line perfectly, making it a real long trot in the left field corner for Cam Uran. Now Cuba Bess has a chance to pull this game back to even with probably anything on the ground to the outfield, but we also know that he can send it over the wall, tied for the team lead in home runs with 13. And a homer here would give Long Beach back the lead. And never mind, he's been intentionally walked. Second free pass for Bess in this game, first by way of the IBB. Now Dylan Lena has a chance, and Frank Gonzalez perhaps enduring flashbacks to last night when Lena gave the Coast that ultimate lead on a 2-run single, calls to the bullpen. Well returned here in the bottom of the 7th inning with a new arm out there for the visiting crew, and the Coast trailing by just 1 with 2 away. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Coast Baseball on the other side of a break on the Home Team Network. New pitcher in the game for Yuba-Sutter, and the 8-7 visiting lead in the balance. Long Beach threatening with Matthew Bardowell on second base representing the tying run. Cuba Bess on first here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dylan Lena, who sent the game-winning hit yesterday, a 2-run single in the middle innings in the 5th, has a chance to tie this one up, maybe giving his team the lead. Corbin Barker's first pitch, the right-hander bends in the curve for a strike to the fellow righty in Lena here. Barker enters this game with a .432 earned run average, his 25th appearance. Kicks low. Lena swings and chops that one to the left side and foul. So it's an 0-2 count with 2 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Matthew Bardowell standing on second after his 2-run double. And that brought the LBC within arm's reach. Barker out of the stretch, bounces the curve, and catcher Diego Aragon is sent standing up to block that high bounce. This game began 1-0 Yuba-Sutter, but that lead was short-lived. Yesterday, the Yuba-Sutter lead did not make it through the next half inning. Same deal in the first, with the Coast jumping out to a 5-1 lead. Yuba-Sutter, a 5-run top of the 7th to take the 8-5 lead. Next pitch, bends in for strike 3. For the first time this series, a Yuba-Sutter lead holds through the defensive half for them. We move on to the 8th inning, 8-7 Yuba-Sutter on the Coast Media Network when we return. Headed to the 8th inning, top half of this penultimate frame. Starting up right now with the visiting Yuba-Sutter Freebirds leading 8-7. Long Beach brings out a new pitcher, left-handed two-way player, Jackson Bird. Over the weekend rather, he appeared as a hitter against the Freebirds. Now here he is on the bump. Also the second time facing Yuba-Sutter over the past week. Lefty-lefty affair with Cam Uran. Bird kicks up high. Bends in the fastball for a strike. Right down the middle there. Bird, 6'3", 210 pounds, making his 6th outing of his professional career. 0-1 count for Uran. He winds home. This one spiraled foul down the third base side.
And now we've seen all of the UC Riverside products on the mound, all three of them, Percival, O'Brien, and now Bird, throwing to their rookie, David Whittle.
That's right. His first professional game behind the plate, hitting a grand slam in his first plate appearance. Bird's next pitch bounces, so it's a 1-2 count. Definitely a good way to get Whittle comfortable at the professional level. And Bird walks in with an earned run average of 3.00, so he provides some proven assurance there. Uran 0 for 2. Bird with a chance to move that to 0 for 3. The 1-2 fouled off to the back netting. This game began with Yuba-Sutter scratching across a run in the first inning after loading the bases. Long Beach responded with a 5-run bottom of the first, thanks to Whittle's grand slam. Then Yuba-Sutter has scored in each of the last 2 innings to take this lead. Out of the stretch, a bouncer. Count moves to 2-2 for Uran. 2 runs in the 6th inning off of a 2-run blast from Kyle Carlson, and 5 in the last frame. The first responders night crowd giving Bird some backup there with the LBC chant. The southpaw takes a heavy breath. Here's the 2-2, check swing, and Uran holds up. That's called a ball, but Whittle initiates a challenge. And welcome to the pros. He's going to get this one right, according to our ABS TrackMan system. And there's the signal and the cheers. Public address announcer August McAdoo issuing the signal that was overturned to strike 3. Now it's up to Isaac Nunez, and oh boy, he has been a pest for Long Beach. this series, his first in the Pioneer League this season. Yesterday, 2 for 5. Today, 2 for 4. Bird settles in with a big gap behind him between the second baseman Roche and the shortstop Tyler Young. Out of the stretch. 12-6 curveball drops for a strike at the knees. 0-1 count. That one landing at 73 miles per hour. Nunez singled last time up and scored as he did in the first inning as well. 0-1. Cut on and foul tipped. So it's an 0-2 count here. And just wrapping up this game recap, Long Beach responded very well every time that Yuba-Sutter took the lead, just like yesterday. They went down by 2 and immediately responded, grabbing the lead back, just like the first inning. But in the 7th, the tying run stranded on second base. Matthew Bardowell barreled home a pair of runs on his double. The 0-2 in the dirt. So Long Beach trailing by a run in the top of the 8th inning. We have seen some exciting finishes here at Blair Field, including 2 walk-offs. A Matthew Bardowell walk-off ground-out against the Mobiles in the first series of the season on a Saturday night. Johnny Pappas last week against the Oakland Ballers, hitting a sacrifice fly. 1-2. Down in the dirt to make it a 2-2 count.
On the other side of things, Jesse, you do have some pretty dominant back-end guys for the Freebirds. We saw Barker. We'll likely see him into the 8th. And then Tristan Wolf, one of the most dominant closers in the Pioneer League.
2-2. Downstairs and away. Full count. And that challenged once again by David Whittle. And that pitch is confirmed a ball. That is, I believe, the first unsuccessful challenge for the Coast after 3 perfect tries. So it is a full count. You mentioned Tristan Wolf. His 6.12 ERA doesn't look too promising, but he's second in the league in saves with 7, behind Long Beach's Zach Volker with 8. Next pitch, called strike 3. Nunez, perhaps out of frustration, takes a hack after the pitch and the signal come through. And that's back-to-back backwards Ks for Jackson Bird to open up his outing. 2 away, top of the 8th. 8-7 Yuba-Sutter.
Yeah, that was right over the heart of the plate there, and I can feel the frustration as a former batter, Little League batter. But just seeing something go right across the plate, that is just tough.
Well, here's Jackson Mayo. He watched for a walk last time up. First pitch to the lefty, takes a hefty cut and miss over the curveball there. Jackson Bird has unbelievable break on that curveball. It starts looking like it's headed for your eyes, and then it drops just about 9 inches downstairs to wind its way back towards the belt. So when it's breaking late in the humidity like it is today, that always bodes well. 0-1 count. Bird kicks high. 12-6 again for a swing and a miss. 0-2. Does he dare dip into that well for a third time? These last 2 have been for strikes.
Does he even want to show his fastball at all?
Bird, brown glove underneath his chin. Takes a heavy breath. The 0-2. There's the curve a third time, and it freezes him. 3 straight backwards Ks. Jackson Bird has Yuba-Sutter watching as we move on to the bottom of the 8th inning. 7, 8, and 9. Whittle, Young, and Edmonds due up for the Coast on the Home Team Network when we return down a run. Down a run, the Long Beach Coast. Head to the bats here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Yuba-Sutter leading 8-7. Johnny Pappas leading off, pinch hitting for the rookie in his professional debut, David Whittle. He went 1 for 3 with a grand slam in his first professional plate appearance. Now it's Johnny Pappas. The right-hander Corbin Barker fires a curveball downstairs for ball 1 to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Pappas crowding the plate in an open stance. Next pitch. Misses downstairs and away. Pappas batting just .217 entering this plate appearance here. 2-0. He watches the breaking ball again, miss low and away. The Chino Hills native yesterday played for the Coast, going 1 for 4. That makes him 4 for his last 13. Next pitch, rides high and inside for ball 4. Pappas enters the ball game, and all he has to do is stare. He's aboard with a 4-pitch walk to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Anthony Mata taking a turn at the plate now. Another pinch hitter, replacing Tyler Young. Both Pappas and Mata rather, could very well remain in the game defensively. Pappas is a catcher, Mata is a shortstop. Pappas replacing a catcher, Mata replacing the shortstop. Anthony Mata yesterday finished 2 for 3. Out of the stretch, he squares to bunt, but pulls back as the breaking ball is called for a strike at the belt. Looking into the on-deck circle, Jacob Jablonski is taking some practice cuts. He told us he's been dealing with some soreness lately, but was hoping to get back into the lineup this series, so there he is. Next pitch to Mata, up by his chin. It's a 1-1 count. Anthony Mata yesterday also stole a pair of bases to help boost Long Beach to victory. Scored the crucial 7th run. 1-1. He cuts and pops this up. Shortstop side. Devin Dixon waiting underneath, and he has it on the edges of the dirt. 1 away. Bottom of the 8th inning. Coast down by a run with a runner on first for Jacob Jablonski, pinch hitting in place of Jalen Edmonds. And Jablonski, although an infielder most of the season, has appeared in the outfield this year, so he very well could replace Edmonds defensively if the need arises. In the Pioneer League, if you're replaced on offense, you can return defensively, so Whittle, Young, and Edmonds could all return. First pitch to Jablonski, who bats from the left side, lands for a strike at the knees. It's an 0-1 count. Jablonski, a switch hitter. Corbin Barker has been a pest for the Coast this season. This is his 8th appearance against Long Beach. He's only allowed a single run in 2 of those outings. Next pitch misses shoulder high. 1-1 count. Last time Barker suited up against the Coast was Saturday night. Opted for a perfect inning. Low leg kick. Jablonski bends with the curveball as that's in the dirt. 2-1 count.
The only other possible batter on the bench right now is Emilio Corona, technically Jackson Bird, but he just came off the mound after striking out the side.
And the Coast would lose the designated hitter if Bird batted. Next pitch over the ankles for ball 3. Technically, throw over to first, and caught sleeping is Johnny Pappas as he's tagged out. Diego Aragon keeps his eyes up and heads for the back pick on Pappas. I'm not sure what he was doing dancing between first and second there. Well, now there are 2 out for Jablonski, down a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. That hurts. Hitter's count pitch, checks his swing. That's inside. He goes halfway, and third base umpire and crew chief Dale Gardner says he went around. Jablonski tried to sell the action by walking off to first, but what I consider an Oscar-worthy performance is deemed unfit. Full count for him. The payoff. No matter, that's ball 4 over the shoelaces. There is action in the Coast bullpen. I believe Zach Volker is loosening up. I don't think he's the only one. There are a couple arms getting loose out there. Volker likely out there in case the Coast take the lead. Unsure of who the other pitcher is. Frank Gonzalez heads out there for Yuba-Sutter. The manager signals towards the left field Steve Traxel bullpen. So that may be it for Barker as he offers the baseball up. We head to a break. New arm coming in for Yuba-Sutter to face the top of the Coast order. Long Beach down a run. Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the 8th inning, rolling back along with 2 away. The Coast down a run. New pitcher in the game for Yuba-Sutter, Tristan Wolf. Second behind Zach Volker for saves this season. Volker warming up for the Coast at the moment. He's got 7. Yuba-Sutter ahead 8-7. Eddie Pelk at the plate. Jalen Edmonds pinch running at first. There he goes for second. First pitch downstairs, and Diego Aragon is crossed up behind the plate. So Edmonds swipes second there. Edmonds, who started the game in center field, allowed Jacob Jablonski to pinch hit for him. He forced a walk, and in the Pioneer League, if you're replaced offensively, you can return to the game, as Edmonds does. 1-0 count for Eddie Pelk. Wolf kicks up high, swinging a foul ball off to the left side, flying over the Steve Traxel bullpen, which just produced Wolf out in left field. Volker and Gary Grosjean warming up for Long Beach. Grosjean likely heading out there if the lead remains in Yuba-Sutter's hands. Volker, if it's the opposite, if the Coast take the lead. 1-1. Bounces. Edmonds dancing off of second, but his greedy lead shortens up. Wolf last pitched against Long Beach on Saturday night with a perfect inning. Yuba-Sutter opting for the 1-run victory on that evening, but the Coast did tag him for a couple runs the night before. In an inning and a third, he allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. Next pitch, fastball at 91 miles per hour, misses high and outside. And Pelk, who leads the Pioneer League with 64 walks, he's 1 away from another one. Three and one. And the walking man walks as that ball is by the letters. 65 for him now. Runners on first and second for the Coast. Down a run. Patrick Roche has had a bang-up game. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI back in the first inning. Now he has a chance to do some damage. His jersey muddied by the dirt after diving all over the base path and out at second base. Now he could put some dirt in Yuba-Sutter's eyes. Infield playing back for him, 2 away, bottom of the 8th, 8-7 Yuba-Sutter, Coast at the plate. Runners on first and second. Wolf's first pitch in the righty-righty affair bends up high on the curveball for ball 1. Waiting on deck is Cooper Vest, who is still hitless in this series to this point, but his 9 home runs on the season include a grand slam. If Roche can work his way aboard on a walk, That sets up a dangerous man in the on-deck circle. Next pitch, Roche cuts at a high fastball and fouls it over the back netting. 1-1 count. Long Beach has a winning streak up in the air. Not the 2-game winning streak on Sunday and Tuesday, but Long Beach has won 7 consecutive home games. Wolf stares at Edmonds on second, now turns home. Curveball called a strike at the knees. Roche immediately challenges, and he is absolutely correct to do so. That pitch missed inside and low. Long Beach 4 for 5 on challenges. There's public address announcer August McAdoo to confirm what we already knew and overturn that call. Runners on first and second for Roche. The righty fires. Fastball up high, fouled over the backstop once again. Long Beach searching for its 15th comeback win this season. The first responders night crowd giving Roche its support. His lime green batting gloves hang over the plate on the right side. Roche from the stretch. Curveball downstairs. Roche bends with it and holds up according to first base umpire Jordan Shepard. So the count moves to full. With a couple fast guys on the bases. Eddie Pelk on first. Jalen Edmonds on second. They'll be running with the pitches. They are forced with a full count and 2 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Long Beach down a run. Roche bounced a single in the first inning to bring home Long Beach's first run after an Eddie Pelk triple. Pushed himself aboard in the 4th inning, and Eddie Pelk was caught trying to take home from second base. A costly mistake at this point in a 1-run game. Off to the races. Curveball misses inside and low, and Cooper Vest takes a trip to the plate now with ducks hanging all over the pond. This inning began with a Johnny Pappas walk. He was caught dangling off of first, picked off by catcher Diego Aragon. Another base running error that could loom large for Long Beach, but Cooper Vest can erase all doubts if he forces his way aboard.
It's now 4 walks this inning alone, and on the night, that is now 12 that the Freebirds have given to the Long Beach Coast.
Righty pitches to lefty. Fastball misses over the shoelaces. Ball 1. Vest has already reached base on a couple free passes, 1 a walk. Last time up, he was hit with the pitch for the 18th time in this young season. 18 times being struck by a baseball in 44 games. How about that? 1-0. He waves over the curveball for strike 1. Tying run on third, go ahead on second, insurance on first. The Coast down by a run with 2 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Long Beach's home winning streak started on June 19th against these Freebirds. The 1-1 sails up high and away. It stands at 7 games thanks to the sweep of Oakland last week and last night's playoff clinching victory. But Long Beach still chasing first place, a game ahead of the Billings Mustangs, who won 18-2 today over the Red Pocket Mobiles. 2-1. Vest swings, cracks that one out to second. That's underneath Nunez's mid into right field. Edmonds scores. Pelk on his tail. He scores, and Long Beach takes the lead. Cooper Vest, a 2-run single. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the BYU guy, a Cougar, scratches through to give Long Beach a 9-8 lead, the 4th lead change of this ball game. That also moves Roche over to third, his full count walk helping immensely. He challenged a pitch that would have been strike 3 and found his way aboard. The Long Beach discipline, 12 walks and 4 successful challenges, showing off in droves. Righty pitches to righty. Matthew Bardwell drives this high and deep to right center field. Kirchner feeling for the fence, and he reaches up to make the leaping grab against the wall. Long Beach inches away from breaking this one open, but unfortunately for the Bats, the defense will have to walk the tightrope. Zach Volker entering the ball game, trying for a league-leading 9th save when we return in the top of the 9th, 9-8 Coast on the Home Team Network. Whiplash Baseball moves on into the top of the 9th inning. 9-8 Coasters score, scratching out the lead with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning on a Cooper Vest 2-run single. 4 lead changes in this ball game, and all roads lead to the closer, Zach Volker, trying for his league-leading 9th save. He already stands alone with 8. The right-hander faces Zach Chamizo first. Chamizo, a lefty, 0 for 3. First pitch. Heater for a strike, dialing up the ticker to 94 miles per hour. Volker shut things down last night for save number 8 with a perfect 9th inning. He takes a breath and sways in, 0-1. Fended off to the backstop, 0-2 count. Chamizo is succeeded by Christian Castaneda and Andrew Kirchner. Kirchner, who went yard yesterday at the tail end of that string of back-to-back-to-back home runs that gave Yuba-Sutter a momentary lead that vanished in the bottom of the 5th inning. That was at the top of the 5th. Volker nods. Pitch clock down to 3. Here's 0-2. Swung on, belted to shallow left center field. Pelk chasing in. He lays out and he makes the catch. Shoestrings providing the cushion for his mitt there for out number 1. That brings up Christian Castaneda. He proved a problem last time up, striking through with an RBI single. That put Yuba-Sutter down by a run, although it will not be Castaneda. Substitution at the plate, as instead here comes Jordan Donahue. Yesterday he played third base and started off that string of 3 straight homers, ending up 2 for 4 on the game. Donahue batting on the left side, playing the averages here. Volker sidesteps and fires. Fouled off to the left side there. Volker, who enters to Ozzy Osbourne's War Pigs, nods towards Jeff Lippman, the organist, after he plays it there. His 0-1. Misses downstairs. 1-1 count. Long Beach clinched a playoff berth last night. Volker issuing the final out, but like we've talked about, still chasing that first place spot at the end of the first half standings. 1-1. Bends in for a strike. Curveball landing at 85 miles per hour. It's a 1-2 count. One away. Base is empty. Top of the ninth inning. Coast ahead by a run. Volker. Glove at the belt buckle. Shrugs with the pitch clock down to 0. Here he goes. That one bounced out to second base. Diving on it at second is Patrick Roche. He loses it, recovers, throws to first, but just a step too late. Roche slamming his bare hand down on the grass after stopping that one. An incredible effort to even get to that baseball, but it still results in a knock for Donahue. Putting the go-ahead run at the plate for Yuba-Sutter. And Andrew Kirchner, who we talked about having been an issue this series. So far today, 1 for 3 with a 2-run single last time up. He granted Yuba-Sutter its second lead, and yesterday finished the game 1 for 4 with a couple RBIs, including that homer we talked about. Volker kicks high, swung on and spiraled foul to the left side. Joey, we know Volker has a shot at the Pioneer League saves record if he keeps up this pace set last season.
Yeah, it might be too early to tell right now because you never know how the second half goes. He could be picked up.
Hopefully.
A lot of things could happen, but the record was set last year by Connor Sullivan of the Oakland Ballers in 2025.
Runner on first, one away, top 9. Coast ahead by a run. 0-1. Inside out swing and a miss. The curveball tying up Kirchner over his shoes. 0-2 count here. Well, if Volker earns his 9th save, he's still got 4 more opportunities in the first half to find number 10, which would give him a pretty good run at that record. Although the ideal for these pitchers is that an MLB team takes notice and signs them, much like they did with the Arizona Diamondbacks, picking up formerly the Coast setup man, Julian Hernandez. 0-2. Fastball high and outside. And wow, you could hear that pop. 95 miles per hour, the fastest pitch tossed today. One and 2 count. Volker settles in, pitching from the middle of the rubber. Leans and fires. Pitch misses high and outside. Jordan Donahue on first base has started a faux steal on a couple of these Volker pitches. Catcher Johnny Pappas for the Coast tried one of those in the bottom half of the 8th and was caught on his way back to first. There goes Donahue for real. Pitch misses low and inside, and Pappas bobbles the ball, trying to work around Kirchner as the pitch landed slightly behind him. So Donahue into second with a steal, and the tying run is in scoring position for Yuba-Sutter, and the Coast elect to intentionally walk Kirchner after that fact. So the go-ahead runner now was on base, as that brings up Kyle Carlson. He homered to right field in the 6th inning, starting that 7-run rally over the course of 2 innings for Yuba-Sutter. Long Beach ahead 9-8. One away, top of the 9th. A force at any square base for Long Beach, with runners on first and second. Righty pitching to righty. High leg kick. Fastball shanked downstairs and away. 1-0 count. Volker takes a heavy breath, toe on the front of the mound. Here he goes. Swing and a miss on top of the 83-mile-per-hour breaking ball, low and away. Volker, entering this ball game, possesses the lowest opponent batting average on the team at just 172. It is tough to reach base against the War Pig. Time called at the plate. Volker is trying to extend his streak of scoreless appearances up to 4, earning the save in back-to-back outings against Yuba-Sutter Sunday and Tuesday. Now here on Wednesday, trying for 3 in a row. His 1-1. Misses low and outside. 2-1 count. If he can work this thing through, it'll be the second time this season that he'll record a save in 3 consecutive outings. The first was done against the Red Pocket Mobiles in the first homestand, and that had no separation. There was no Monday off like this stretch. That was back-to-back-to-back days, too. 2-1. Fastball for a strike on the outer half. 2-2 count, 1 away. Runners on first and second. Coast ahead 9-8 in the top of the 9th inning. This game kicked off at 6:36 p.m., now at 9:43. Threatening to be a half hour longer than last night's Coast win. Runner goes for third. This one bounced off to the first base side and through the gap into right field. Donahue scores to tie the game. And there are runners on the corners for Yuba-Sutter with 1 away in the top of the 9th. The hit and run works to perfection. Kyle Carlson's 3rd RBI of the game, evening the score. And now Long Beach has to work with the go-ahead run 90 feet from home. Kirchner, who reached having been intentionally walked in a full count, putting a man on base when he had 2 strikes on him. Diego Aragon batting on the left side. Volker resettles and fires first pitch that is fouled off to the right side. Vest chasing it, and that is out of play. Granted, that intentional walk to Kirchner came after Donahue stole second, so it made sense to take the risk and put an out at first, second, or third. But now that could very well bite Long Beach if Kirchner trots on home. Volker taking his time. His 0-1, swing and a miss. Aragon running high and inside there. For the Coast, due up in the bottom of the 9th inning is Cuba Bess, Dylan Lena, and Johnny Pappas. Bess, a power threat, leading the team alongside Emilio Corona in home runs at 13. Corona is the last available batter, so we could see him play as well. 0-2, runner goes for second, swing and a miss. Pappas hangs onto the ball and elects to look back the runner on third. So Carlson jogs up to second base there on a hesitant steal. There are 2 away in the top of the 9th. Go-ahead run for the visiting crew on third. Devin Dixon at the plate with an opportunity to bring him home. He doubled his first time up in the 2nd inning, but has not reached since then, failing to leave the infield on a fielder's choice and a pair of strikeouts. Volker sways. First pitch misses high and outside. Pappas leaning with it. 1-0 count. With the Billings Mustangs' 18-2 win earlier today over the Red Pocket Mobiles, a Coast loss would close the gap in the race for first place, just half a game. 1-0. Falls in for a strike at the belt. Of course, the knockout round is on the table. In place of extra innings in the Pioneer League, the teams opt for a home run derby. The Coast has not won one of those events at home, but did beat Yuba-Sutter on the road to make a 1-2 overall record in the knockout round. Next pitch misses high and outside, 2-1 count. That knockout round victory arrived in Yuba-Sutter on June 23rd. Volker's 2-1. Check swing at the high fastball. And Dixon holds up, according to first base umpire Jordan Shepard. So it's a 3-1 count. Waiting on deck is 0-for-3 Cam Uran. Not an unattractive sight for the Coast with a force at any base, although I think the conventional wisdom is to avoid loading the bases at all costs. 3-1. He swings and fences off to the back netting. Full count, of course, in a tie game in the 9th inning. The runner on third matters most. So a runner on first is not exactly the least of your worries, but it's not high up on the list either. First base open. Runners on second and third, 2 away, top of the ninth. Tie game and a full count. Righty pitching to righty. Volker wheels to Dixon, who swings and fouls it off to the back netting. Both lockdown closers on these teams, walking away with blown saves. Johnny Pappas takes a moment with his pitcher. Tristan Wolf, second in the Pioneer League in saves with 7. Zach Volker in first with 8.
And that's also the kind of their go-to guy, Tristan Wolf. I'm expecting to see him in the bottom of the ninth because I'm not sure what other arm you can really go to in this situation. Maybe Sean Weiss.
Perhaps. After a brief timeout, Volker resets. Dixon bending back in. Again, a full count. Runners on second and third, 2 away, top of the ninth. Knotted up at 9-9. Volker rears back. Here it is. Fouled off again to the right side. Dixon giving him no space. Choking up maybe half an inch on the bat. Gives himself a shorter swing. And all Dixon really needs to do here is keep himself alive. If he can work his way on base, he'll give Yuba-Sutter's top of the order a chance. And if he can end up poking one through, it gives the Freebirds the lead. Again, the 3-2. He swings and rips this one into the left center field gap. There's the lead. 2-run score, 11-9 Yuba-Sutter as that rolls to the wall. Dixon burning around second, trying for third. Relay to the infield, thrown to the hot corner. Lena applies the tag, and he's just underneath, diving head first with a 2-run go-ahead triple.
That's a punch to the gut right there if I've ever seen one.
11-9 Yuba-Sutter. Long Beach engages in back-to-back 2-run frames to swipe back the lead, but there's a 5th lead change in this ball game. Now it's up to Cam Uran batting on the left side. Volker staying in there. First pitch fastball for a strike at the knees at 95. 0-1 count. One from the windup. Pelted to the backstop. Waiting on deck is 2 for 5 Isaac Nunez. He singled in the first and 7th. Cam Uran here is 0 for 3. Volker has him on the ropes, down 0-2 in this count. After a heavy sigh, he kicks up high and sails that to the backstop. Coming home from third is Dixon. Relay to the plate. He dives in safely on the wild pitch. 12-9 Yuba-Sutter. Volker issuing a wild pitch there for just the second time this season. Here he goes with the 1-2, and that's high and outside again. Volker making his 24th appearance this season. Inopportune, but understandable moment of pressure for a mishap to occur in the humidity. 2-2, swing and a miss. Yuba-Sutter fends off defeat, scoring 4 runs to take the 12-9 lead. When we come back, Long Beach tries to fight its way back into the lead and into the win column on the Home Team Network. Backed up against the wall, the Long Beach Coast down to the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, who lead 12-9. Cuba Bess leading off for the hometown crew, trying to force a comeback win here in a game that's had 5 lead changes. The righty Tristan Wolf fires a fastball above the belt for ball 1 to begin the bottom of the 9th inning. Cuba Bess 0 for 2 in this game, although he's reached on a pair of walks. Jesse Cook with you, Joey Miller to my right. Next pitch, he swings and misses at the high outside fastball at 90 miles per hour. Long Beach has not needed a 9th inning comeback of this variety to this point. The 1-1 sails to the backstop for a 2-1 count. The Coast have enjoyed a pair of walk-off wins this season, but both of them came in games where Long Beach entered the bottom of the 9th tied up. One against Oakland last week and the other against the Mobiles in the first week of the season. Next pitch, Bess swings and drives that one to deep left center field, tracking over Uran, and he makes the catch, racing onto the warning track. Long Beach down to its last 2 outs, trailing Yuba-Sutter by 3. The Freebirds tacking on 4 runs to come from behind and take the lead in the top half of this 9th inning. Dylan Lena earning a turn here. Waiting on deck is Johnny Pappas. We're anticipating that Emilio Corona could join in the party this inning, as he and Cuba Bess are tied for the team lead in homers at 13. And there are no extra innings in the Pioneer League. First pitch to Dylan Lena. The curveball misses the righty by an inch or 2. 1-0 count. The Coast have played in 3 knockout rounds, as they're called, winning 1 against these Freebirds. Knockout round means a home run derby instead of extra innings. Next pitch, splintered behind the mound, charging from short. Devin Dixon takes his time, sidearms to first, and nabs him for out number 2. Well, Long Beach did its damage with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning to take the 9-8 lead that evaporated in the top of the 9th. Now they have no choice but to do so again, lest they lose their season-best 7-game home winning streak. Long Beach clinched a playoff spot last night in the 7-6 win, now playing for first place at the end of the first half standings. Righty pitches to righty. Johnny Pappas watches the fastball down the heart of the plate for strike 1. We talked about Billings, the Mustangs, a game behind Long Beach at this point with their 18-2 drubbing of the Mobiles earlier today. Next pitch, same spot, and the Coast are down to their final strike. There's only been 1 regulation loss for the Coast at home this season against Modesto in the Sunday of that series, all the way back on June 14th. Now on July 8th, the 0-2. Pappas swings and keeps this game alive, fouling that one over the backstop. On First Responders Night at the ballpark, these teams have responded quickly. 5 lead changes. 0-2. Pappas swings and again keeps himself alive, tapping that one towards the first base side on deck circle. Wolf in his 9th appearance against the Coast this season, trying to shut the door after blowing the save in the 8th. He kicks high and shanks that slider into the lefty box. If the Coast want to stave off a loss in 9 innings in this game, they at least have to get back to the top of the order with Eddie Pelk. That means Johnny Pappas, Anthony Mata, and likely Emilio Corona will have to get hits. 1-2, swing and a miss. Wolf pumps his fist with the win. This game wraps up 12-9. Yuba-Sutter winning at 9:57 p.m. Pacific time. The Freebirds, who won the weekend series up in Marysville against the Coast, have their first here in Long Beach. The only Freebirds win against the Coast in Long Beach so far this season, after a sweep in the middle of June. Well, we can't say that this game wasn't exciting. David Whittle firing off a grand slam in his first professional at-bat for the Coast, the catcher who was replaced by Pappas in the 8th inning, giving Long Beach its first lead of the game. Yuba-Sutter crawling back with a 7-run rally in the 6th and 7th innings. Long Beach erasing that by jumping back and erasing the 3-run deficit. And all the hilarity ensuing in the 9th inning with Yuba-Sutter sending 7 men to the plate and scoring the game-tying run with 1 out, the go-ahead runs with 2 outs and 2 strikes, and insult to injury, a wild pitch scoring Dixon. Well, thanks for tuning in. We hope you stick around for a little while longer as we round a corner towards our beach ball post-game report. That's coming right up. The Freebirds win 12-9 here on Wednesday night. We'll be back in just a moment with Coast Baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Hey again from Blairfield, Beach Ball post-game report just kicking off here. The Coast let this one slip. 12-9 Freebirds your final, evening up this weekday series at 1 game apiece and making the track for first place for the Coast just a hair more difficult. Long Beach now a half game ahead of the Billings Mustangs with 4 contests left to play in this first half. The Coast clinching a playoff spot last night. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. Yuba-Sutter starts out with the lead, 1-0 in the first inning. Long Beach adds 5 runs in the bottom half of that frame to take it back, including David Whittle's grand slam on the first plate appearance of his professional career, the UC Riverside product, going yard there. That's a bright spot that you can't take away from this game. Long Beach then allows Yuba-Sutter to score 7 runs across the 6th and 7th innings, including a 2-run homer from Kyle Carlson to help spur that. He'd come back later. We'll talk about him in a second. That gave Yuba-Sutter an 8-5 lead. Long Beach then pieces together back-to-back 2-run innings with a Matthew Bardowell 2-run double and a Cooper Vest 2-run single in the 8th. 9th inning happens. Zach Volker, the shutdown closer, leading the league with 8 saves, trying to do what Tristan Wolf, who's right behind him in the saves race with 7, could not do, which is keep the Coast off the board. Volker then could not keep the Freebirds off the board as they scored 4 runs on 3 hits. Kyle Carlson tying the game with an RBI single. Jordan Donahue playing a big role in that inning, pinch hitting for the first baseman Christian Castaneda. Donahue singling on the infield grass, stealing second, and on a hit and run, scoring to tie the game. A 2-run Devin Dixon double with 2 outs and 2 strikes. Gifts Yuba-Sutter that lead, and he scores on a wild pitch to add insurance. Long Beach then is retired in order in the bottom of the 9th inning. Joey, we know there are still positives to take away from this game. The offense popped. Jackson Bird was great out of relief, striking out the side with 3 backwards Ks in the 8th inning. But what else can the Coast take into the rubber match tomorrow?
Yeah, really unfortunate that after that insane inning for Jackson Bird, he can't get his first decision. It was going to be a win his way. It was looking like everything was going to be wrapping up nicely. You put your best closer out on the mound, and, you know, everybody has their off days. This team, this Freebirds team, is not the same Freebirds team that we saw just a couple of weeks ago here when the Coast swept them in all 3 games. This is a team that has beaten the Long Beach Coast 3 times of their past 5 games. It's going to be interesting seeing them going into the second half. I think they could make a serious push for the second half playoff push. This being their 15th win of the season, they're narrowly avoiding their 30th loss here. The good takeaways, I will say, I think David Whittle is a nice addition. I think things can be worked on for him to progress him towards a higher batting line. Now I guess he's batting .333, and his first hit was a grand slam. You can't get any better than that. But, then he struggled with the strikeout that ended the 3rd inning. That left 2 aboard, including 1 in scoring position. You can't put your foot off the gas pedal with any team, even the worst team in this league, which is by far not the Freebirds. Those 4 runs where no runs came across the plate, that was something that I'm looking to right now that could have been the detriment with Dan Galef going those extra 3 innings, Dylan McCall dominating the 5th and the 6th innings. Something needs to happen. Consistency needs to happen after you get that 5-run rally in the bottom of the first. A lot of base runners came aboard. You get a bunch of gifts. We're looking at it right now. 12 walks, a hit by pitch. That's 13 free bases. And let's see how many of them scored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So less than half of your free bases that you're awarded don't get anywhere around the base paths. And that is unfortunate for, a 5 lead change game. I think everything was done right in those later innings. I think what Percival did to try and pop in Pappas, Mata, Jablonski, trying to get something going in those later innings to provide that support into the 9th seemed to work, but at the end of the day, that's on Volker, and he gets his 3rd loss of the season. Wolf getting his 2nd win, now 2-2.
Official league attendance at the moment for this game listed out at 897 fans on a Wednesday night. Not too shabby here at Blair Field. Definitely felt like a very large crowd for this game, but the Coast will be back tomorrow in front of the Thursday night crew, and that always gets a good turnout. Make sure you join in. You can find your way to the ballpark here at Blair Field by purchasing Coast tickets at tickets.longbeachcoast.com, so make sure you do that. Win goes to Tristan Wolf, loss to Zach Volker. We'll be back at 6:15 tomorrow with your beach ball pregame report ahead of the 6:35 first pitch on Cambodian Heritage Night. And that's your last chance in the first half to see the Coast. You'll have to wait an agonizing 4 days to see them again. Well, rather 5 days, 4 days off in between with the Coast out on the road to round out the first half in Modesto before heading back home on Tuesday to take on the Oakland Ballers and these Freebirds for a 3-3 that week. It's a set of 12 straight home games, with Oakland returning the following Tuesday and then the Mobiles making their last trip to Blair Field in the regular season to round out that stretch. Well, Cole Percival started this game, not normally his role, normally a reliever. This was his first time opening up, and he went 4 innings, allowing 0 earned runs on 3 hits with 4 strikeouts. And that is definitely another positive to take out of this game. The Coast look forward to Thursday night, and we do too, with our team reporter Nina Corral, Joey Miller to my right. I'm Jesse Cook, thanking you for listening and signing off.